Hola, Carolina, ¿cómo estás? Qué gusto.
Hola Roberto, ¿cómo estás?
¿Todo muy bien?
Gusto verte, gracias por apoyarnos.
Igualmente. Pues acá estamos con mi colega Amado también,
Ay,
en
mucho
Bromar.
gusto. Buenísimo, muchas gracias. ¿Cómo está
Eh,
la sala?
Todavía llegando gente.
Bien, perfecto. Roberto, ¿podemos pedirte que hagan a Emily co-host, que ella es la moderadora, y a Georgia?
Claro que sí.
Gracias. Y estamos esperando que se sumen los otros panelistas.
Emily ya está.
Perfecto. Emily, you're all set. I was just saying hi to Roberto, taking the opportunity to speak a bit of Spanish before we start the workshop.
Hello, Emily, nice to meet you. Fantastic. Fantastic. Fantastic.
Roberto, no sé si me escuchás. Nos pone Emily en el chat que sigue sin poder prender su cámara o micrófono.
Está como co-host. Choose a co-host. Let me see.
Emily, apparently you are listed as a co-host. Do you mind trying again? She's saying she's not getting any notices anymore.
You can see that in the list, Emily Taylor is co-host. Emily, can you try one more time, please?
Roberto, I think she left. She's saying here in the chat that she'll come back and log back in, so she can be promoted to co-host again once we have her on the list. And while we are at it, I see Carl Gamberg has also joined the call, and Georgia Osborne, she would also need to be made a co-host.
She's already.
Oh, okay, thank you. Georgia, can you, oh, and we see Emily is on now. There we go.
Yeah, now she can.
That's a relief. Always good to be able to be seen and heard. Hi Tommy, hi Carolina. Thank you for joining so early and so late. I think we've got a couple of minutes now before the session actually starts. Unfortunately, Tommy, I don't know if Carolina was able to share this with you, but sadly, Merish Ansari is unwell and is unable to join us today, so we won't have her perspective. Roberto, very happy to have you in the room. Thank you. Just heard you chatting with Carolina, which was lovely to hear. Roberto, can you give me a sense of how many people are in the room?
Currently, we have around five, six.
That's great. And so it's going to be great to have as much interaction from the room as possible, Roberto. So anytime anybody wants to take the floor, if they can just let you know. What I'll do is I'll give you a spot to introduce yourself at the beginning, and then if you just put your hand up in the Zoom room, I'll know to come to you, and we can do it in that way. I see we've got Carl here. Carl, are you able to get your camera and your microphone working? Please can we make Carl a co-host so that he can speak, as he's one of our speakers today. And I'm just also looking for Pablo Hinosa in the room. He will be speaking, but he might be joining us later. So if you see him joining, please also make him a Pablo, you're here. I just didn't see. Aha. Good morning.
Good morning, everyone.
Oh, good. I can see and hear you very well. Pablo, can you see if you can get your camera and microphone working, or just test that?
All right, finally.
Wonderful. I think it's all coming together. That's great. And we're just at time as well. So Roberto, if I may just check with you that everything's ready to go from your end.
Sure, Emily. Actually, we can start now.
That's great. I'm getting a little bit of echo on your line, Roberto, so just to be aware of that. Okay, let's get started.
Perfect.
Welcome everybody. Good morning, good evening, good afternoon, wherever you happen to be. Thank you for joining this workshop 405 at IGF 2022. This workshop is called Splintering from the Core Up, Fragmentation and Standards. It's organised by Oxford Information Labs. My name is Emily Taylor. I'm CEO of Oxford Information Labs, editor of the Chatham House Journal of Cyber Policy, and founder of the DNS Research Federation. A couple of housekeeping points before we get started. Sadly, we heard overnight that our panellist Mehwish Ansari is not able to join us today, so we'll miss her excellent contributions from a civil society perspective. We welcome any participants who have that background. Please do make yourself known to Roberto in the room or raise your hand. We would very much welcome your input today. We're very fortunate, and thank you to Roberto Zambrana for agreeing to be our moderator on site in the room today. So what we're going to do, Roberto, would you like to just introduce yourself to the participants so that they know who you are? I'm sure everybody does anyway, but if you just introduce yourself and let people in the room know how to ask for the floor when the time comes.
Sure, Emily. Hello, it's great to be here today. I am Roberto Zambrana, MAC member. I am together with my dear colleague Amado Espinosa. Actually, we both are going to support this session, so anytime you want to, as Emily was saying at the beginning, we want to have this session very interactive. So please just, if you have any comments or questions, just raise your hand. Amado here or me will be able to give you the floor. We alert Emily. So that's the idea in our sites, ready to support you. Emily, back to you.
Roberto, thanks again for that support today. It really is fantastic. Avoiding internet fragmentation is, of course, one of the key components of this year's IGF theme, a resilient internet for a shared, sustainable, common future. And technical standards and protocols, of course, have enabled interoperability that has made the internet such a successful global platform. Historically, standards have been made by experts from the private sector, engineers, primarily democracies in the US and Europe who have a goal and one goal only, to solve practical problems through rough consensus and running code. But things are changing as geopolitical pressures and conflicting visions for the future of technology manifest even in these communities. So what we're going to do is take today's session in two parts, kicking after about 3/4 of an hour. So our second wave of speakers, if you like. Our first speakers are going to give an overview of what's happening in the world of standards and how that affects internet fragmentation, how we can maintain interoperability that's been such a success factor. And in the second part, we will look ahead to future strategies, multi-stakeholder cooperation, and enhancing inclusive standards making. So this can be a technical area. The terminology can be rather confusing and excluding for newcomers. It can feel almost like learning a new language. So to guide us on this journey, we have a wonderful panel of speakers to kick us off with very, very brief 5-minute remarks. That's a huge ask for the panelists to condense everything that they know into 5 minutes, and it won't be nearly everything they know. But we've asked the panel to be brief, just so that we can, as Roberto said, include as many voices in this session as possible, whether on-site or remote participation. So let me turn to our first panelist, my dear colleague Carolina Cairo from Oxford Information Labs. She is a senior policy and governance specialist with us. She's also the lead author of a paper for the DNS Research Federation on standards, the new frontier for the free and open internet. Carolina, you've been tracking the progress of a set of standards proposals called New IP. Can you tell us what this new IP is and what the latest developments are? Thank you.
Thank you, Emily. Yes, of course. And good morning, everyone. So I think NUIP is a very concrete example about why it matters to consider internet standards as a potential driver for internet fragmentation. NUIP, as you mentioned, Emily, is a term used to describe a series of standard proposals introduced at ITU back in late 2018 that laid out a vision for an alternative internet that sought in a way to sort of rethink or reinvent the internet's core architecture. The central idea really behind NUIP was that the internet protocol was unfit to meet the needs of future networks and emerging technologies, and therefore that we were in need of a new internet protocol, hence the name NUIP. In practice, however, the NUIP proposal sought to introduce a series of transformations to internet addressing and naming. It sought to radically transform the internet's network layer, or to borrow the language from colleagues from the Internet Society, it sought to transform the internet's way of networking in ways that would threaten the internet's interoperability and introduce new potential forms of tracking users and content online, therefore fragmenting the internet. Now, the original proposal was not successful in moving forward for standardization, so many considered NUIP a done deal. But in the paper, Emily, that you mentioned, we provide evidence of how NUIP has indeed not gone away. We highlight how, as recently as of this very year, we continue to see the introduction of standards proposals that seek to do precisely what NUIP set out to accomplish. So again, to transform the network layer by incorporating greater information and contents and users into the networking process, and generally to transform addressing and naming all in ways that would hinder interoperability and introduce new forms of online controls. And in particular, what we are seeing is that instead of being presented as sort of an entirely new architecture, NUIP has been broken down into sort of smaller pieces tied more closely to alleged use cases and sort of introduced across multiple standards organizations and under different names. So I think, when we speak of internet fragmentation, many people think of, internet regulation, say internet shutdowns, and how this sort of generate different experiences for internet users across the world. And I think, there is a group of technical experts, researchers, standard participants, some of us, participating in this very panel, that also want to raise awareness about the fact that internet fragmentation is also playing out at the level of standards development, at the level of sort of the technical specifications for the technologies and protocols that establish, if you will, how the internet works. I always like to say, and I'll wrap up with this, that standards proposals that seek to transform the internet as opposed to evolve the internet, like new IP, might feel like a sort of immediate risk or threat, because standard proposals have to go through a process of vetting, approval, and sort of effective adoption or implementation. But at the same time, if successful, they can be a very powerful way of transforming the internet, because standards have the potential to reshape how the internet functions from the core up. So I think I'll leave it at that for opening remarks, and back to you, Emily.
Thank you very much, Carolina. I hope that you can hear me a little bit better. I'm just going to try and make sure that my audio is a little clearer. Apologies for my audio. And thank you very much for that introduction, Carolina. I know that you know a lot more about new IP, but that just sets the scene for us. This was a set of proposals. It did get pushed back, but what we have observed and you have observed in that paper is that it's sort of, it's reshaped, being represented in different forms in smaller slices, and has the potential for fragmentation. And that's a nice scene setting for our next speaker, Tommy Janssen, who is a senior technical manager at Microsoft and a regular participant at a leading technical standards body, the Internet Engineering Task Force. Tommy, internet standards have always evolved, right? And to avoid fragmentation, I guess the network and those protocols will have to evolve with them to support emerging technologies. So if you're thinking about, from your technical point of view, can you tell us whether new IP will actually solve the use cases that it claims to solve and support those new waves of technology? In other words, do we need to evolve the internet architecture in this way in order to be ready for the next generation of technologies?
Excuse me. Sorry, just 1 second. Emily, questions will be at the end of all the presentations. This is Amado Espinosa.
Thank you, Amado. What we're going to do is going to hear from Carolina and Tommy and Carl, and then I'd like to take questions until the quarter past the hour, if that's all right, sort of halfway through the session, and then we'll move to the second wave of speakers. Does that make sense to you?
Perfect, Emily. Thank you. Got it.
And thank you very much for clarifying that. Tommy, thank you. The floor is yours.
Thank you. So from a technical perspective, the short answer to your question is no. The internet does not need a new form of IP to evolve. We currently have 2 versions of the internet protocol, IPv4 and IPv6. IPv6 is fully capable of meeting the needs that are set forth in the new IP's stated use cases, or the stated use cases present problems that are not solved at the IP layer. For example, ultra low latency at long distances. Some of the numbers being requested, it's really not the IP protocol's fault. It's more electrical engineering's fault that we can't move that quickly. The speed of light has a factor here. So no, I do not think that it is necessary. For the most part, I agree with everything Carolina said already, so I don't think I'll elaborate further on that.
Thank you very much. And, you know, so perhaps you could just in a word or two explain for people who aren't familiar with the Internet Engineering Task Force how it works. Just, I know that's a big ask to ask in a small amount of time. And also maybe you can tell us what your Internet Engineering Task Force colleagues thought of you appearing here at the Internet Governance Forum.
All right, so the IETF in a nutshell.
For dummies, right?
Heavens no. You mentioned the phrase rough consensus and running code earlier. That is the one-liner summary of the IETF to me. It's a place where we get together and try to solve the technical problems that we're all facing, but rough consensus, which itself is an interesting governance feature because it isn't majority and it's not a democracy. It's intended to be a engineering-based argument model where consensus is not gained as long as there's a engineering issue surfaced that's proven to be an issue that is not addressed yet. And so everything has to be addressed. And at that point, you may have 10% of the participants who are very enthusiastic and 90% who don't care, maybe because they don't own products that deal in that space, or for whatever other reason. That can still be rough consensus because the people who are impacted are the people who are in favor. Conversely, you can have 90% of people supporting and 10% of people really opposing and not have consensus if the opposition has arguments that need to be addressed. So how would I describe the IETF? A lot of fun and a lot of back and forth. But I found that good ideas have found their way forward and distractions don't. It's just a very tedious process, like most open organizations are. What do my colleagues think? My colleagues at Microsoft are definitely supportive of me being here, and I'm blessed to work with a lot of talented engineers and policymakers so that we can stand with one voice here. I'm sure my colleagues are happy as well. Certainly all of us want to see policy, governance, technology prevent splitting of the network of networks.
Thank you, Tommy, and you're very welcome here today and delighted that you have joined us. We'll be coming back to you with questions both from the audience and from me in this first part. Let me just now introduce our third speaker. Carl Garnberg is the Director of Policy Development and Research at the Internet Society. I hope that's your accurate title, is it, Carl?
That is correct, yes.
Correct, good. Carl, how do we ensure that future standards preserve interoperability and don't fragment the internet? You know, sort of leaving aside the specific case of new IP, that there's something to learn from there, isn't there? That we will need to keep evolving. So, you know, what sort of factors do we need to bear in mind to ensure interoperability?
Thank you, Emily, and good morning, everyone. I regret I couldn't be on site, but I'm happy that I can join from Geneva using the internet. But so to your question about how we can kind of consider standards going forward and avoiding fragmentation, I wanted to offer kind of a practical approach to this, and I would say specifically for those of us that have a policy background when we assess new standards proposals. And I think the best way of doing that is to consider that all standards proposals basically have a problem side and it has a solution side. So that is due because you don't standardize just for the sake of standardizing. You standardize because you're trying to figure out a solution to some kind of problem. So starting on the problem side and trying to figure out what is the problem here that is being thought but to be addressed is a good starting point. And that can be as simple as asking the questions to ourselves: is the problems clearly stated here? Are these problems that are in effect being dealt with somewhere else already? And does the proposal include, for instance, a rationale for why existing solutions are insufficient and so forth? So asking the questions about the problems that a proposed standard is sought to address, I think is a good starting point for getting kind of a high level sense as to whether or not this could be an issue for the internet. And to give you a very basic example of how you can think about this problem side as helping identify flags comes from the new IP proposal, which argued that one of the problems that it sought to address was to support the interconnection of heterogeneous networks, so to support the interconnection of radio and satellite networks, what they refer to as many nets. Now, the reason why I think this is a very good example is because this problem of interconnecting heterogeneous networks is precisely what the internet does. It's precisely what the internet was designed to do, and specifically the internet protocol. So purely from that problem statement, it gives us kind of a hint that either this is a problem with an existing solution, meaning the internet protocol, or at minimum, it is a problem that is best discussed in the fora that have been dealing with the IP layer and dealing with interconnection of heterogeneous networks for many years, and that would be the Internet Engineering Task Force. And there's benefits in starting on that problem side, because what you want to avoid, especially from a view of fragmentation, is to avoid overlaps and duplicative work, because duplication in of itself could create a form of fragmentation where you have one problem, but you have multiple different varying solutions to that problem. That means that you cannot have interoperability between them. But the second part of this is to look at the standards proposals from the solution side. And I think the way to do that for those of us that are coming at this from a policy point of view is to think about it, ideally with the help of a kind of a reference point that you could think about as systems criteria. What is the system that we want as a community when it comes to the internet? What are the technical properties of the internet that we value and that we want to preserve? And Carolina hinted to some of this in her opening statement, and does a really good job at this in her paper. And we've created at the Internet Society over the past couple of years a framework to this end, where we're trying to describe important technical properties of the internet, what we call the internet way of networking. And it's a very simple framework where we try to describe what we see as these critical pieces of the internet. So for example, that it's a networking model where you make use of a common protocol, IP, you make use of a common set of identifiers, the IP addresses, the domain names, and that it's a general purpose network that is meant to support everything and nothing, so to speak. It's not designed for any particular application. It doesn't give preference to voice or video. So by having something like that, it gives you kind of a systems criteria that you can assess against. And that is quite helpful because, for example, in the case of new IP, as Carolina mentioned, they had solutions in there that would strictly deviate from this idea of networking, where they included, for instance, quality of service guarantees into the protocol stack or into the protocol, which would deviate quite significantly from the systems criteria that we have today in the internet, which is based on best effort. Now, finally, on that sort of solution perspective on assessing a new standards proposal, I think it's also useful to take a kind of economics perspective, because inherently, when you make large changes, they need to be implemented, and this could be costly deployments when you need to replace a full protocol stack. And that in of itself could create a form of fragmentation where you could have parts of the world that, for instance, doesn't have the ability to make these changes because they're costly. And this is something that, to what Tommy was mentioning, we've seen this, for instance, in the case of IPv4 and IPv6, that one of the challenges in getting through the transition has to do with economics. And so taking a economics look at these standards proposals and looking at, okay, so purely from a technical specification point of view might not be sufficient to consider what the fragmentation impact is, because you need to also consider how this is going to be deployed, how it's going to behave in an existing architecture and so forth. And I think that also connects a bit to the questions around governance, which I know the second half of this workshop will look at. But I think another kind of important question to ask when you're looking at a standards proposal, which goes to this governance structure, is to the extent everyone that needs to be included is actually included in these discussions, are allowed to participate in working on the solution.
Thank you very much, Carl, and you make a very important point about inclusion at the end, which I'm sure we're going to come back to. Carolina, can I just, well, first of all, Roberto, if you just let me know if there's anybody in the room who would like to make an intervention.
Yes, Evelyn. This is Amado Espinosa. Yes, we have an intervention here. Will you please?
Wonderful.
Would you please introduce yourself and say thank you?
Yes, good morning, everybody. My name is Mia Kühlewind. I'm the chair of the Internet Architecture Board of the IETF. So I just thought I'd speak up because we're talking about the IETF a lot. Good morning, Tommy. Good morning, Carl. Good to see you. I would like to add a few points because I think we've been discussing a lot about the technical means here, but I see a much deeper problem. So first of all, the new IP proposal is based on a very wrong assumption that the internet is broken and it can't be fixed. So that's just completely wrong. The internet is not broken, and it's also not the same internet that we had 40 years ago. The internet is continuously evolving. That's why we in the IETF meet 3 times a year and have more than 100 working groups, because we keep changing the internet all the time. So if you look at new IP, they talk about a couple of, I don't know if you even want to call it problems, but new challenges. But this is the same new challenges that we are also discussing in the IETF and that we are trying to address and that we can address because the way the internet is designed is very flexible. None of the protocols you see in the internet have to stay forever. There was IPv4 and we designed IPv6. It has the same name, but it's a very different protocol. We just recently designed a new transfer protocol, which is called QUIC. So in future, you will see much less TCP traffic and much more QUIC traffic. So the internet is continuously evolving and changing, and we have the tools and the structure to address these problems or these challenges. So the thing that I want the thing that I really want to add is that I think the problem about the new IP proposal was that it was taking technical arguments in order to try to change the internet governance structure, also making a point that it doesn't work well, which I also totally disagree with. We have all these organizations which work very well together to keep the internet running, to make the internet better, and trying to make an argument that it's broken in order to change that and change the control about how the multi-stakeholder model is working at the moment. That's the part that is really concerning to me.
Thanks.
Thank you very much for that intervention. Anybody else from the room?
Anybody else? No, Emily, go ahead. Thanks.
Thank you. Carolina, I don't know if you have any reactions to what Mira is saying, and it struck me as we heard her speaking, and Tommy as well, from a technical point of view purely, the new IP proposal should never get off the ground, right? So why are they being addressed to different organizations in this way? And do you see any other aspects that could explain why they're being put forward?
Thank you, Emily. Yeah, that's a tough question. So thank you, Miriam. I think, the point you made is, well taken. I will share the paper that we have written on the chat, and it's an argument that we also make in that research report that many of the sort of use cases that new IP claims are unsolved are actually, addressed by existing standards or are being worked at spaces like the Internet Engineering Task Force. So I think, there's sort of agreement on that front. I think, Emily, to your second question about why we continue to see, this proposal come up, I think, it has to do with sort of several factors. I think, one aspect we haven't mentioned that I think it's sort of relevant, if you will, is the sort of geopolitical aspect to the new IP proposal. So the new IP proposal was originally put forth by private sector, by Huawei, and in sort of the recent new iterations, if you will, of proposals, new IP-related proposals that we're seeing come up across various standards organizations. We're seeing a more sort of active role from Chinese ministries, universities, and sort of a stronger role, if you will, from the Chinese government in terms of sort of pursuing or putting forth this vision for the internet. So I think there's also, that sort of political component that, these are efforts that, again, sort of reflect, specific countries' vision for the internet and more sort of comprehensively, China's roadmap for technology, for the future of technology and also for the future of standards. So I think there's that component of geopolitics in there as well.
Yeah, and taking that that aspect, the sort of the geopolitical aspect, and also Mira's point that the inherent in the new IP proposals is a restructuring of internet governance. How well do you think the current structures enable that sort of geopolitical contestation and recognize it and are able to cope with it? Maybe if I could bring in Carl and Tommy, but also Stacey, Pablo, or other speakers, even though you haven't had your introductions yet, please do feel free to pitch in on this point, because I think it's a very relevant point in the context of the Internet Governance Forum about how we're governing technologies and how we evolve multi-stakeholder organizations and processes to cope with very different worldviews. Does anybody want to have a go at that one, or is it too early or late? Tommy, go for it.
Certainly. I just want to call back actually to something that Mira said earlier. The scope of the IETF is pretty massive these days, thanks to the evolving nature of the internet. We create, we colloquially, the IETF, in which I am a fairly minor participant as you look around the room here at the other participants there, create and take down working groups multiple times a year, right? The working group that I participate the most in, the Adaptive DNS Discovery Working Group, was only created because of the deployment of DNS over HTTPS and DNS over TLS, causing what I'll describe as a kerfuffle among the global stage, right, of how should encrypted DNS work.
Yeah, so could you just, Tommy, there was a bunch of acronyms in what you just said. Could you just sort of dial it down for people from more of a social science type of background who might not be familiar with these acronyms? What are those protocols doing?
So there exists this protocol called the DNS, and we're going to say that its purpose is to translate a domain name like facebook.com into an IP address that your computer can actually use to connect to that web server. The DNS is the phone book. And
that's the domain name system, DNS, domain name system. Yeah.
Correct.
Yeah.
It's just, I don't think about all those words either. The acronym is its name.
Yeah, I know it becomes its own language, but it can be very baffling. I mean, I know that we've got, people like Mira in the room who, and many experts on this. So, clearly there's many people in the room who will be able to completely understand everything that you're saying, but we're trying to sort of, apologies for stopping you on the acronyms there, Tommy.
That's quite all right. Happy to accommodate. So the DNS is the phone book for the internet, where a website by its name, facebook.com or google.com or microsoft.com, but your computer can only address other computers in IP addresses, which are just large numbers. And the DNS is the protocol wherein your computer asks a DNS server, such as Google or Cloudflare that are big known ones, or more commonly a DNS server that your ISP or your internet service provider who provides internet in your home will give you, and say, where is facebook.com? And it'll come back and say, facebook.com is at IP address, whatever. And then your computer can speak with it. That protocol has been in plain texts forever, actually literally as long as I've been alive. because that blocks everything, right? You can't connect to anything online, give or take, without a DNS query happening first. And so it's been plain text because that's faster than encryption generally. And it uses some other protocols. It uses UDP instead of TCP, which I'm going to gloss over for the moment. I'm just going to say that it's designed to be very quick and dirty. However, that traffic is very valuable in terms of privacy, as well as security, where essentially anyone who can listen on a network connection and see all of your DNS queries can really see a rough form of your browsing history. Because anytime you need to go somewhere online, first you're going to send a DNS query to figure out where it is. And so whoever is listening to your DNS traffic knows where you're going. And so there have been efforts to encrypt it before, but there was really momentum in 2015 onward where standards called DNS over TLS, which TLS is transport layer security, and it's actually the form of encryption that's underneath HTTPS. So in your browser, you see a little green padlock, you see a link that starts with https:// and the green lock is happy. It's because it's using TLS and it's using an identity that your browser recognizes. So putting DNS straight over that same protocol, we call it DNS over TLS. There is another protocol called DNS over HTTPS, and that's putting DNS over HTTP in turn over TLS, and it treats DNS as if it were web traffic. And that's its own topic, but we'll skip past that.
Thank you. I just want to bring in Carl and Carolina now, please. Tommy. Yep. So thank you very much for that. Carl, as somebody who participates in both intergovernmental and multi-stakeholder standards bodies, right? And the same for you, Carolina. You go across ITU and IETF. Can you give a flavour of how they differ? Stacey, Pablo, also, just sort of a very kind of 101. How do they differ? What sort of risks do both kind of forms of making standards pose to fragmentation?
So I'll try to tie in my answer to what Tommy was just discussing. I'm very happy that he got the role of describing DNS and DO. I really appreciate that. But I think one of the key things to keep in mind here is that what we're trying to resolve is effectively engineering problems when it comes to standards. And while technology can have political consequences, I don't think that the politics should be governing the technology, in the sense that we shouldn't make engineering decisions on the basis of politics, even though there could be political consequences from technology. And I think that's the biggest difference between different fora, that in certain fora, mainly the intergovernmental ones, decisions are made on political, it's politics that is driving what the outcome is. In a fora like the IETF, it's engineering outcomes that is driving what is being worked on. And to that point, I think the case that Tommy was illustrating, I think is a very good one to think about how different fora deals with controversies, if you will. So one of the impacts from this new protocol that Tommy was describing was that it changed who could look at traffic, and that could have an impact on networks' ability to manage their security, what resolver was being used, and so forth. And that created some controversy. And I think that the working groups that Tommy is a part of in sort of working on finding compromises in how to deal with those issues that arise, I think is a good example of how a fora like the IETF addresses these problems that emerge. So when there is a sort of redistribution of power, if you will, as a consequence from a protocol, it doesn't just dismiss any criticism, but they're trying to figure out how do we find a good compromise here and work together. And I think that approach of collaborating for the sake of systems working versus an approach that is highly political, where it is for basically private gains that is at the center of driving the process. I would say that those are the main differences between intergovernmental and open fora like the IETF, that the IETF is very much focused on trying to resolve engineering problems and figure out solutions when they emerge.
Thank you. Carolina, as Tommy and Carlos speaking, it does occur to me though that technology does inherently create policy issues. Tommy was talking about the ability to track people and the privacy and security risks inherent in deploying or making certain technological choices. I mean, isn't it the reality that standards are both, right? And how do we recognize that? And how is it okay to just sort of go, well, we're just doing the engineering here. We're just can you draw the bright lines around it?
Yeah, it seems I'm getting the tough questions.
You can answer a different answer a different question.
No, that's quite all right. I think let's see. I think Carl made a good point that standards development, particularly at spaces like the IETF, is sort of driven by technical expertise and should continue to be that way. I mean, it's sort of obviously the value added of that community of engineers and now increasingly other folks from from different sort of policy spheres as well, of offering that technical expertise and really going after solutions. I do think, however, that there needs to be sort of, space for sort of frank conversations about the implications of, the impacts, if you will, of standards and technologies. And I think, this goes to the heart of the question of participation, actually, which is the point that I wanted to raise. I think, there's been sort of, an increased obviously attention from policymakers about developments, unfolding at, say, IETF or ITU. This could be, internet standards. It could be other sort of, technologies that are being standardized, from facial recognition to the metaverse. And I think those are sort of valid concerns, human rights impacts deriving from sort of the development and deployment of technologies are important to consider. And I think there's, a need clearly for sort of, closer conversations between sort of technical communities and policy communities. When I say policy communities, I don't mean just, governments, which is, sometimes what people sort of first think of when we speak of policy perspectives, but also sort of involving the voices of people from civil society, the voices of, I always say, technical academia and so forth, that have a lot to sort of contribute to the debate. And I know Stacey Hoffman has done plenty of work on this subject, so I'm sure she'll be able to answer that a lot more eloquently.
Thank you. I can see that Stacey has raised her hand and also Miria as well. So Stacey, let's go to you first and then Miria.
Thank you, Emily, and thanks to the panelists. It's been a really interesting chat. I thought, I could come in briefly just on the kind of the participation and the difference between the different standards bodies as well. So if we just take kind of ITU as one example and IETF as another example, and realize that there's a whole number of bodies, ISO, IEC, IEEE, that lay W3C, that lay on this kind of this line or in this space. I think it's a really good way to just kind of explain the different bodies and what we mean by participation as well. So the Internet Engineering Task Force is, of course, it's an industry-led body. It's open to any stakeholder to participate, but historically it's been very technical. A lot of engineers going to the body, and there's been less kind of policy discussions, and not only by policymakers. I think Carolina's point is a really good one. There's a lot of policy expertise that's outside of government that sits within civil society, within industry, within different areas, and I think that there's something there about how we better link up those policy and technology discussions in a forum like IETF, and that forum is the barrier to entry in IETF is not the ability to attend because it is open. It's more about knowing how the body works. It's more about being able to have those discussions with technical experts. Then you have a body like the ITU, so the International Telecommunication Union, which is a specialized agency of the UN. The member states have kind of the final say in what happens if something goes to a vote. Those are the bodies who vote. If you are not a member state, you can access the standards body through paying quite a steep membership fee for some, but that's primarily for industry, slightly for academics, and then where civil society lands is a bit unclear. It's not as straightforward. Now, a way of joining the ITU, of course, is by joining a national delegation. So the UK has a multi-stakeholder delegation to all of the kind of the meetings that we attend. That's a key element for us to have that range of expertise. So there are ways to do it through that national delegation route, and it doesn't require then purchasing membership as on your own as a body, which can be help in terms of those barriers to entry. But of course, those discussions there will have a slightly different flavor, if you will, because it is a UN body. There will be more geopolitics involved. There are more governments involved. So just to show that there are these different types of standards bodies, and sometimes that barrier is knowing how to engage, also what's being discussed there. But then critically, this is why we are very keen in making sure that we're reinforcing those existing bodies. You know, if you're looking to work on internet protocols, the IETF is where to go. If you're looking to work on some telecommunications related technology, and I'm not a telecoms expert, you know, the ITU, you know, is a place to go as well. So I think that's just something that for people that are kind of joining the discussion, that can help to kind of get your mind around the landscape a bit.
That's really helpful. Thank you, Stacey. And I'll introduce you properly with your job title and everything in a few minutes when we. I can see Miria's hand up. There's also a question from Joyce Chen in the chat. If we can make Joyce a co-host, then she can take the floor after Miria. Then after these two questions, I'm going to move on to the second phase of this. This doesn't mean that we're not going to hear from Tommy, Carl and Carolina again. We'll just continue to bring them into the discussion. So just to flag that up to you. Miria, thank you. The floor is yours.
Yeah, so we talked a lot about how to engage in the IETF or how to have a discussion with different stakeholders, including policymakers, and I just wanted to make a few points. So it was already said the IETF is open. The IETF is more open than many other standardization organizations. You don't have any kind of membership or any kind of fees. You can just come, you can contribute, you can come to the meetings, join the mailing list, just join the discussion straight ahead. However, as also it was just said, of course it's not that easy to get up to speed, because compared to this forum, for example, the IETF is really continuously working on protocols. So our meetings are not forums for exchanging ideas. Our meetings are working meetings where we discuss tiny little gritty details about the protocols and we try to find solutions. So even with a technical background, if you come to an IETF meeting and you don't know anything about the ongoing work, you will not be able to access any of the discussions there. However, I would still like to invite people from different backgrounds because it's really important for the process. And just because the IETF is open, of course, doesn't mean that everybody's showing up and everybody is involved in the discussion that needs to be involved. I would like to invite everybody to come and at least look at the IETF and understand how its works. I think that's very important because people, it's a very open multi-stakeholder model, but because we are so technical, people have a little bit of a barrier to to understand it and then rather go to other forms. But at least we in leadership, that's why I'm here. We're trying to engage with policymakers. We're trying to have a conversation, and we're trying to explain. So please come look at how the IETF works. Please come talk to me. But also the other thing that is really important is that if you are a policymaker and you're working on regulations, and you make regulations that are technically impacting the technology, then I think you also make a commitment to understand the technology, because as we just said, the technology is constantly evolving, and then you have to put the resources and time in to get a little bit deeper into it. There's definitely more discussion needed, and I hope this is actually a forum where we can have this discussion. Thank you.
Miria, thank you very much for that. That's a very helpful and you know, the openness, the fact that you're asking for that engagement, and also recognizing that there is a difference between openness and also the ability to engage effectively and access it and sort of that reaching out. So I have got several people now who want to take the floor. Joyce, I have Jorge. There's a discussion going on in the chat with Olaf. I need to bring in 2 more speakers. Can we do it like this? We could hear from Joyce now, and then I'm going to go to Pablo and Stacey for that, to sort of just bring in this more future-looking aspect. And then, if I may, I'd like to bring in Jorge's point when we open the floor, and delighted to see that people are kind of warming up and asking questions. So, Joyce, if you can open your mic and video, the floor is yours, and please pose your question.
Thanks very much, Emily, and I assume that everybody can hear me. I'm Joyce Chin for the record.
Thank you.
And just to repeat my question that was on the Zoom chat, which is setting aside the ITU as a platform for discussion, and since we're on the topic of the IETF, what has been the reception by the IETF community of the core concepts in new IP? Is the community also exploring the viability or the soundness of some of those concepts? Just curious to know if there's been any movement or progress on the IETF side. Thanks.
Well, thanks for such a direct question. I wonder if we could just quickly ask our panel just for like 2 or 3 words on this. I know it's a big topic. So Tommy, can you just give us in a nutshell?
I have seen a few working groups working on the actual use cases presented, not the protocol itself, but some of the use cases. I recall one of them being remote surgery performance, right? Telepresence, being able to control things. Very exciting topics. I can think of one specifically working group where one of the texts that Mira was mentioning earlier, our quick transport, is being expanded and explored as how can we solve these other new problems. So yes.
Great, thank you very much, and thanks for keeping it so brief, Tommy. Right, just in the interests of time, and also to bring in our 2 remaining speakers, with great thanks to both of you for joining us today. Pablo, I'm going to turn to you first. Pablo Hinoza, a dear friend, long-term colleague, and Strategic Engagement Director at AP-NIC, which is the Regional Internet Registry, or the IP Address Allocation Registry for the Asia-Pacific region. Pablo, you've been a long-term member of the technical community, but are also a policy person by background. Taking on, Mira's last intervention as well, how can we do better at being inclusive in the way that we do standards and avoiding fragmentation?
Well, thank you, Emily. It's very nice to be here, although I'm in Brisbane, not in Ethiopia, where the action is happening. And indeed, I work for AP-NIC, and it seems that the discussion here is focused more on the IP, the Internet Protocol side of things, while there are many other layers and standards on the internet that could be also good to address or discuss, because on those layers as well, there might be an intended or unintended consequence of more fragmentation. I would like to recap a bit of where we are in this discussion, which I find very fascinating. Carolina threw the first question, whether to transform or evolve. I do feel that we can all agree that the internet has been extremely successful, and in that sense, in terms of its growth, in terms of how it has scaled up, in terms of its flexibility, in terms of certain characteristics of its design. And in that sense, if we want it to be continue to be successful, we would say that it makes more sense to evolve rather than to transform. But I also would like to think that that is also subject to perspective and subject to the things that we see that we find successful, but others might not necessarily share that point of view. So I just want to put a light on that sense, how successful it has been, in what sense, and also receive some sort of, are there things that require more transformative and less evolving approach in order for it to improve? This gives me a second point to reflect on in this conversation, because Carl said politics should not be the rule or ruling technical decisions. And I do feel that politics are always ruling technical decisions, and it's not possible to actually sort of not be political about certain things, even if the engineers would say, like, no, we don't deal with that. Even Tommy, I really liked your phrase when you said engineers and policymakers at Microsoft were speaking the same voice, and I think that's an interesting reflection. Also, at the same time, I want to trigger a discussion with Carl, because I do feel that a lot of the work that that you do in terms of the internet way of networking, in terms of the critical characteristics of the internet, they are in a way political and not necessarily technical. And in a way, I think most of us share an ideal of where we want the internet to be, and that is what determines sort of whether there are gaps, and those are the problems that you mentioned, Carl. And then through the standardization process, we determine how those problems can get some solutions. And I do feel that it is difficult to frame those problems and to address those solutions to deviate from a certain political ideal or where we're coming from. Now, I do want to address finally some of the things that many have discussed, but Stacy also mentioned in terms of the decision-making process, how standards are developed, how standards are agreed, and the differences in the different bodies of how you reach those agreements. The ITU standardization process is different from the ISO, from the IETF, et cetera, and then I do feel that that is why this is very relevant to the IGF, because we're talking about a governance problem. We're not talking about technical standards problem, or we're not talking necessarily about the internet fragmentation problem. There is a situation of how we arrive to those decisions and whether all perspectives are being considered. And we have agreed in this panel that not all perspectives are always considered, because there are biases in terms of barriers of participation, in terms of for example, it's very difficult for a person that is not technical like me to influence a process in the IETF because there is a huge expectation that I need to speak a very technical language. On those grounds, we also need to be conscious about all those biases and politics that actually affect the way that we think. Notwithstanding that, from my perspective, I do feel that there is a history of certain agreement of things that have worked very well on the internet. That we should preserve, that we should defend, that we should work for. And in a way, I do feel that we can depoliticize that argument by being more understanding and being less focused on particular sides of the world. And that perhaps can also bring sort of a debate of the new IP in terms of those problems and solutions in a more welcoming, participatory, less exclusive, and more towards the success of the internet, the continuity of it.
Thank you very much, Pablo, and thank you for those, for those challenging remarks. And I can see that we've already got Carl and Mira wanting to come back in. What I'd like to do is to go first to our final speaker, Stacey Hoffman, and I think this is, Pablo's remarks have set the scene very well. Stacey is the Digital Standards Strategy Lead at the UK Government Department of Digital, Culture, Media and Sport, and therefore, inherently a policy maker. And you've been engaged in standards, haven't you, for about 6 years, both from the private sector and government. So from the perspective in your role as the UK government.
Thank you, Emily, and thank you very much for having me today. I think first what I'm going to do is talk a bit about fragmentation and kind of follow Pablo, and we'll zoom out a little bit and look at how we have kind of developed our thinking around fragmentation, and that kind of very much leads into the future looking and the engagement part that we're the big question, you could say. So I think first it's really important that at least we acknowledge that there are different layers of fragmentation, different types of fragmentation. Fragmentation is not binary either. It currently exists, right? I mean, the internet is a network of networks. And so for my team that works on technical standards, for us, fragmentation means that that technical core of the public internet could be fractured into competing systems. If we want to use the framework from the IGF policy network, I know there's been a lot of discussion this week about the work of that group. This would be in the bucket of technical fragmentation rather than the user experience. We also see worrying trends. Sorry, my internet's gone a bit slow. Hopefully I'm still there.
Your audio just broke up, so if that happens again, I'll let you know that you're back.
Thank you. Good. So we also see worrying trends towards more internet traffic being routed on private networks. So Jeff Houston, actually from APNIC, has done a lot of work on this, a lot of good public articles that you can read. And that shows a different type of fragmentation risk where there's companies that are driving the direction of the internet's infrastructure, and that might be driven away from kind of open standards and public interoperable internet. So as you can see, fragmentation can be both facilitated but also prevented through standards development. And we also acknowledge, of course, that's not the only vector of fragmentation that there is, but it's this idea of unchecked fragmentation for us, which could be really damaging to the internet, to internet resilience, but also really counterproductive for our aims that are related to development and closing the digital divide. So within my team, when we started working on fragmentation, we really had to query, what do we mean by fragmentation when we talk about it, and when does fragmentation become a problem? Well, to that end, we identified a few elements that we think are key to avoiding detrimental fragmentation of the internet. So for instance, this includes There should be a single domain name system, the DNS that we talked about earlier. There is a core internet protocol suite that shouldn't be fractured. And then critically, it's governance as well. So the systems, the bodies, the forums like IGF, ICANN, IETF, there are institutions that work in the space, and if they're competing for control or design over these elements, of course, that can easily lead to fragmentation of the technology itself. So if you go to the IGF policy network framework, again, that would be fragmentation of governance and coordination. So then we're starting to talk about how do we avoid this? What do we do to address this? And we think that early identification of potential issues, discussion of these issues in the right bodies during the standardization process, these can really help avoid problems down the road when we get to that deployment stage that kind of Tommy was picking up, the difference between the deployment and the development. In the end, we are working to develop global standards, so we need global participation if we really want those standards to work for everyone. So from the UK government's perspective, we support an industry-led and multi-stakeholder model for development of technical standards. We oppose top-down approaches of standard setting or internet governance control over the internet. And we really try to reaffirm that as much as we can. We see government as one part of that wider multi-stakeholder community. And I think that's, very clear, for example, this week at the IGF. And what we're helping to do, or trying to do, is to help integrate those policy and technical debates. So there is, as you said, a bit of delinking those conversations, but I think we need to bring those much closer together in the first instance. So where we see the most value for policymaker engagement is where there's significant and real world implications of the kind of the standards being developed that could affect our citizens. And that could be a variety of things. It could be impact on our values as a democratic society. It could be upholding human rights and fundamental freedoms. And as you can see, like fragmentation can create problems and impacts across all of these different areas. So how we encourage engagement will look very different in different standards organizations. And this is a bit what I was getting to earlier when we were talking about the difference between the IETF and the IETU. So we need to take different approaches and understand those forms. We are increasingly seeing different visions for the future of the internet and its technical architecture. So within these forums, we really should be reinforcing those institutions that we have, standards bodies like the IETF or internet governance organizations like ICANN, to turn those positive goals that we agree for the future of the internet into concrete action. I think it's not enough just to talk about kind of what our vision and our values are. We as government can use their convening power to help empower and enable stakeholders and other experts to engage in standards development, those that are maybe less represented in the room. But really, as stakeholders here at the IGF, we're at the center of these debates, and we can do a lot more to bring back these discussions to our local communities. We can do more to encourage capacity building and collaboration at the local level, which can feed up to the international level and help overcome those barriers to entry. I can give just one example, and then I'll have a few, I'll kind of conclude, but in DCMS recently teamed up with ISOC, and I'm really happy to see ISOC in the session today to deliver a policymaker engagement program ahead of IETF 115. We focused on building awareness and knowledge of IETF among policymakers, so what it is, how it works. And then at the IETF meeting in London, we hosted an open side meeting, and we were able to discuss with the attendees how to better engage policymakers in the standards development process. We also engaged with Article 19's event at IETF 115. It had a very similar aims for the wider policy community, the community that Carolina was talking about earlier, and we thought that was a really great discussion as well. It's too bad that Mevish isn't here, able to talk to us more about that. But I think importantly, these kinds of events or forums, they're helping to build those relationships across experts and across the wider community, whether policy, human rights, or technical experts, and helping us see these kind of different views. So I think in conclusion, we really need to be working within our communities and within the standard system and with SDOs to improve outreach and engagement. There's a lot of technical community at the IGF this week, which is great. And I think we need to do more of that integrating so that we can meet each other halfway. The UK government, we've long had technical experts in a lot of the SDOs, the standards organizations, but we're actually looking to bring in more policy expertise now. We're seeing that gap to be filled. And then just to bring it back to fragmentation, I think if we take these small steps to be more inclusive and to reinforce these mechanisms that we have now, that'll reinforce effective governance of the internet. And then ultimately, this should also reinforce kind of the institutions and guard against that fragmentation that might be really detrimental to the internet.
Stacey, thank you very much for those comments. I can see that Carl and Miria want to come in. While I've got you there, can I pose a question that Jorge asked in the chat, and I'm just scrolling up. There's so much going on in the chat. It's about the recent elections that took place at the UN International Telecommunication Union. And what Jorge is asking is, do you anticipate any changes of approach, any opportunities? Does this present a sort of a change in direction or a moment in time? And I'll ask you, Stacey, but also Pablo, Carl, when I give you the floor, Tommy, Miria, whoever, please do feel free to contribute to that. Stacey.
Sure, happy to come in first. So I mean, we congratulate Doreen Bogdan Martin, who has been elected as the Secretary General for the ITU. We're really looking forward to her tenure there. I think it remains to be seen what change that has for the ITU. The Secretary General and the kind of the leadership of the organization, they do have some input and kind of setting direction for the organization, but ultimately it is a membership organization, and that membership does help drive the direction as well. So I think it's an interesting time, and we'll have to wait and see what exactly happens when the new kind of leadership take up their roles.
Thank you very much. Pablo, anything on that?
I prefer to hear others first and then perhaps comment. If not, I will go into a train and I don't want to.
Yep, got it. Thank you. Well, Carl and Miria have been very patient with their hands up for some time, and I think that they wanted to respond to some of your remarks, Pablo. So let's hear from them next. Carl.
Okay, thank you. So I wanted to initially respond to Pablo, and then I can comment on the ITU as well. So just in response to Pablo, I think what I meant is not that technology is void of politics. That's exactly what I was actually trying to say, that there is politics involved in technology, but it's a difference of what's driving the technological developments. And I think that's what I wanted to highlight, especially in the context of geopolitics, where this goes to what Stacey was describing, where you have one fora where effectively you have voting by member states, and you have negotiations among those member states about what the outcome is. You can compare that to a fora like the IGF that has an extremely open participation model, and where you have solutions being found through rough consensus and running code, to Tommy's point of view. And those do create different sort of dynamics in terms of what is driving the development process. Is it negotiation among states, or is it a technical community trying to find solutions to problems and putting them to work, finding engineering solutions? So that was something I wanted to have an initial reaction to. The second one was, and we could probably dive into the depths of what is meant by politics, but if you look at the internet way of networking model that we're trying to describe, it's not intended to be a political statement. It is intended to describe what has been successful engineering principles in the internet to date. And I think something that is useful to highlight in the internet model of networking is that it's an extremely decentralized model. It's a voluntary model where you participate because you see benefits of being part of that model. There's no one dictating that you become part of the internet or do things in a certain way. It's a voluntary model where you deploy things on a voluntary basis, and you make decisions as close as possible to the respective networks. And finally, I wanted to also say on, and this links to the question around the ITU. I think Stacey's right that it's to be seen what this change is. But what it comes down to when you talk about a forum like the ITU is that it is a member state driven organization. So what the ITU will eventually do will be linked to what the member states want to do. But finally, I also want to flag that I think this discussion becomes very centered around some kind of conflict between ITU and ITF, and I think it's important to highlight that there's a lot of collaboration between those organizations. And I think Maria could speak to this as well, that there's liaisons between, and they are doing complementary work. The challenges emerge when things are being proposed at the ITU that are being worked on at the ITF. So there's actually a collaborative nature between the organizations, and I think we're doing us a disfavor by just describing it as a conflict between the two. I think it's much more collaboration than conflict that is actually happening.
So everything's great. Is that right, Carl? Everything's great?
No, not everything is great. There's always things to work on, but I do think that there's a risk of framing something as politics when there isn't always politics. Politics is sometimes what we make of it, right? We create politics where there isn't necessarily politics, and that's what I want to highlight, that we should also look at how these institutions complement each other and actually collaborate on things, because they do serve different needs in the ecosystem. I think that's important to highlight.
Yeah, and that sort of, that kind of polarizing narrative, wherever it finds its expression, is really unhelpful, isn't it? Because in fact, what needs to happen is that sort of all of these various groups need to sort of evolve in some way that hopefully is including. Miria, thank you very much for waiting for the floor. In addition to the points that you'd like to raise, maybe I can ask a question to you, to Stacey and to Carolina as women in standards, about the impact of gender on inclusion in standards and how easy or difficult you personally find it. You don't have to speak for your entire gender, but your personal experience as a woman engaging in standards. I would really like to hear from you about how you found it, and any of the challenges, but also any of the good stories as well. Miria, thank you. The floor is yours.
Okay, now I have actually a bunch of points I would like to make. I just want to quickly agree with Carl here. So the IAB is responsible for liaison management, and I think this is actually one of the things that New IP have shown, is that this process is working. Like, we talked a lot to people in ITU when these proposals were made, because they were purposely made in the wrong forum, and so we tried to figure out to resolve this correctly. And that's just a good example that there are challenges, yes, but the structure that we have is working. So the actual point I wanted to make is going back to this point about deployment a little bit, because the ITF really measures its success by stakeholders deploying the protocols. We are not controlling the deployment, so it's important for us to design our protocols that they actually address technical needs and consider the deployment scenarios, so that protocols actually get deployed, because otherwise our work is useless, right? So while we don't control the deployment, we well understand what incentives and deployment considerations are, and we have to discuss them. And connected to that, there was an earlier point by saying basically you have to be very technical in order to make a point in the IETF. I think that's not true. You can come to the IETF and you make a statement, and it doesn't have to be technical. People will listen to you and they will understand it, but it doesn't mean that your point gets addressed. Because if you come to the IETF and you are not trying to understand also the technical implications and the technical requirements, it might just be that yet comparing to all the other points we have to address in standardization, that your point will not be addressed in the way that you would hope for. So if you actually want to impact standardization, you have to engage, as everybody else in the standardization process, as all the companies and all the other stakeholders. If you want to impact standards, you have to invest and you have to engage. However, coming back to the deployment point, just very quickly on the deployment point, because that's really important. So I think, like, if you
very quickly, if I may, just ask you to conclude your remarks in 30 seconds, and also address the gender point, because then I need to come to our panelists.
Oh, 30 seconds, both points, okay. So deployment, I think this is where regulations come in. If we see that deployment doesn't go in the right direction, then regulation is important, and then regulation should bring deployment incentives and not try to change technology. That's a really important point I wanted to make. About gender, we only have about 10% of women in the IETF, and this is something we try to address. In general, we try to get more diverse, because, as I said already, just because we're open doesn't mean everybody comes. But to be honest, I had a very positive experience. That's why I'm here, and if anybody wants to talk about this, I'm happy to do that.
Thank you very much for that. Carolina, I think you recently attended your first IETF meeting first ITU meetings, so it's all sort of fresh in your mind. Can you share a bit about your experience as a woman participating in standards?
Yes, absolutely. No, and I also wanted to say, greatly appreciate us reflecting on sort of the gender perspective when we discuss participation. I think the sort of technology and internet community in general, as we know, is quite male dominated, and I think sort of standard setting bodies, that sort of trend is even more pronounced. But it's interesting to hear. I was going to sort of point out my impression at IETF was that there is female participation more than what I was expecting. And that's just, this barely 10% that Miria was referring to. What I will say is, having worked for the technical community in the past, I've worked for the Regional Internet Registry for Latin America and the Caribbean, is that there are sort of some interesting initiatives to sort of transform or improve, if you will, the gender balance in standard setting organizations, I think, and also in organizations that deal with policy development related to, internet resources like ICANN or the regional internet registries. At IETF, there's the Sisters program, which I think does sort of a great job at, bringing female colleagues sort of together to sort of share experiences, empower one another, and strengthen participation. And another aspect that's very important is the existence of codes of conduct that seek to render these spaces as safe as and friendly as possible for women and also for other gender diversity groups. So I'll leave it at that. I guess on a positive note as well.
Thank you, Stacey. You've got the experience also of participating as a woman from government as well. I don't know if you have anything on that. Pablo, did you want to come in on this as well? I'm going to come to all of the panel. We've got like 9 minutes left, so I wanted to give those last minutes to all of you as the panel to come in with your final remarks, if I may. Did you want to just come in now, Pablo?
Yeah, I will use the segue, and also I will do my closing remarks. What Stacey and Carolina was saying, and also Miria, I do feel that there is a noticeable and growing trend of a change of demographics. It has been really good to see, for example, at the ITU, a massive change of more diversity, more women delegates, more younger delegates, and also the news about the leadership in terms of the Secretary General and also the Deputy Secretary General, a young guy and a woman, and how those perspectives can help to build what Carl also mentioned. This is mostly about collaboration. collaboration of organizations with different structures, with different governance mechanisms, and the need for those collaborations to happen in order to have better products, better outcomes in terms of either standards or policies around it. I also would like to take a very good point from Carl in terms of criteria, developing of criteria to assess things against. And that criteria can be economical or technical or both. And talking about standards and fragmentation, how to evaluate impact. And this can be done, as Tommy said, either in the outset of standards development or at the outset in terms of standards deployment or implementation. And as more sessions on fragmentation happen at the IGF and other places, and as we agree more what fragmentation actually is, probably we can develop those ways to measure things against what was Carl's point. And I think those analytical tools are the way to go. And probably we can add them as a way forward in the report of this session, because there is the need to put some actions and takeaways. I will close here.
Thank you very much. Tommy, we haven't heard from you much recently. In closing, as you look ahead, can you just give a sense of of easy wins? What's the low-hanging fruit or a single step that could really make the difference in strengthening multi-stakeholder participation in standards and avoiding the risks of fragmentation? And I'm going to ask everybody, I'm not just picking on you, Tommy. Of course, sure. Everybody.
No pressure.
You up for it? You don't have to solve everything, but just one thing that would make a big difference, do you think?
So I think one of the biggest things that can happen is creating a expertise bridge between our worlds, right? Miria was correct earlier. The IETF, at least in my experience, has been very welcoming to feedback, as I've been there for about 3 years myself, not a terribly long time. My first year, it took a while. And I was a technologist before I joined, and I still spent the first couple meetings pretty much not contributing because I was just learning. Yes, I know the protocol. No, I don't know the lay of the land, right? And so one easy win, maybe each of our groups have sessions for the other. In London at the last IETF, I think there were some discussions about that. Buddy systems, whatever, ramping into each other's worlds, because at some point, at least some participants in both places need to be experienced in both, or we're going to continue running into those.
Thank you very much. Stacey, one thing that would make a difference in closing?
Yeah, so I think kind of on the gender point quickly, I think that there has been over the years, I have seen a change. I've been in this for 6 years. There's definitely been a change. There's more women coming in, which is great. And I think that there's a really great community of supportive women there as well. So I think, lean into those if you're new. And then I think on the wider point of how do we solve this problem, look, if you think that there's an issue that's bringing up fragmentation or other issues that are threatening the internet, look around the room and see what voices are missing, and then start thinking about how you reach out to those people, those voices, how you get that expertise in the room into that conversation. And this will change depending on what's happening, what's being discussed, what forum you're in. But I think that we all have kind of a collective duty to make sure that the right conversations and the right experts are in the room.
Thank you very much. Carl? On one thing that would make a difference, because we're going to be leaving on an uplifting note.
Well, I think it comes back a little bit to my previous remark. It's almost like a different starting point. I think we should start from the point of collaboration rather than assuming that there is conflict. And I think that's a good starting point for all of these. And to Tommy's point, that gets to making sure that we have those bridges for involvement. And it's been mentioned in the call today that at the Internet Society, we are revamping our program for having policymakers or enabling policymakers to come visit the IETF and have those exchanges. Because usually it's a matter of having those conversations and understanding each other's perspectives. And I know that the IETF community is very interested in having those discussions with policymakers, understanding what is it that they see as an issue that they might want to have a conversation about. So I would say that that is a good place to start from the assumption that we're going to collaborate and not the other way around. Finally, something just on a remark on something, and I think it's to acknowledge what we have today with the internet, because the internet is designed to evolve. It's literally kind of in the model itself that it's designed to evolve, and Miria pointed to this with new transport protocols coming up. So we should take acknowledge of that the internet isn't this static thing that is just meant to run. It's meant to evolve, and in that involvement, it's important that we collaborate just to make sure that it evolves in the direction that we want.
Thank you, Carolina. You know, one thing that would make a difference, and also, that there's not enough time for anything else.
Yeah, thank you, Emily. So I think I'm actually quite aligned with the previous speakers. I did have a chance to participate in the policy engagement session organized by DCMS and ISOC at the last IETF. And I, been thinking a lot about how to make sort of multi-stakeholder participation more effective. And I wanted to sort of leave everyone with, a proposal that was raised actually in that activity. The RIPE NCC organizes, one sort of, specific event for technical people to, actually meet and have a conversation with policymakers. And I think that, creating these spaces, Tommy referred to, expertise bridges, right? But actually sort of, facilitating and creating, those spaces for conversation, giving them sort of structure and, sort of properly sort of coordinating them as opposed to expecting those articulations to, happen on their own is, a way, perhaps forward.
Thank you very much. And thank you to our amazing panel for guiding us through this topic and for your final remarks. I think, Tommy, there was a lot of resonance in that sort of the idea that, to be more inclusive, to avoid fragmentation, we do need to build bridges between these different areas of expertise and recognize their value in participating in the next generations of how the internet evolves. As well as thanking our speakers, can I also thank the session organisers from Oxford Information Labs, especially Georgia Osborne and Carolina, of course, herself. Thank you to everybody in the room physically. Sorry we were not able to be with you side by side. And thank you to all of you who've joined online and to your excellent contributions. I'm closing the meeting now with thanks to you all. All right, bye-bye.
Recording in progress. First, I have to turn on the mic. Okay, this is the Dynamic Coalition on Schools and Internet Governance, and we are starting. And what I'd like to ask at the moment, if someone could put up our, no, not yet. As part of the first thing, what I would like to do is just have everybody, since this is a round table, and we've been asking for a round table for years, and this is actually the first time we've gotten one. But what I'd like to do is just have everyone sort of just give their name and say one of three things. You organize a school, and what school is it? You teach in a school, and what school is it? Or you have been a fellow in one, or you're totally new to the whole notion of schools of internet governance. And I'd like to go around the table, and then what I'd like to do is ask the people that are remote that want to, and anybody that doesn't want to say can just say pass. Can't make anybody say their name if they don't want to. But, and also online, I'd ask while we're going around the table here, to just put your hand up. And then our remote moderator is here. Our remote moderator, Abdel Jalil, is he here? Yes. So when it comes time, yes? Huh? He's not here yet. Well, I didn't think I saw him.
I'll get into Zoom.
Okay, so someone can, he's here now. Yeah, that's what I thought. Saw him come in. Okay, so then after we've gone around the table, then Abdel Jalil could call them one by one to, go through it or go through the hands or however it's being done here. I'll start with myself because I'm talking already. My name is Avery Doria. I coordinate the Dynamic Coalition, and I teach in several of the schools, the European school, sometimes the African school, the virtual school, sometimes the North American school, sometimes. And we'll go to you next.
This is Ashrafur Rahman from Bangladesh School of Internet Governance. I'm the fellow of Bangladesh School of Internet Governance. So this is the first time in the IGF. Eagerly waiting to learning many things from you. For the 7th times we are conducting the IGF in our country. We have the huge youth community, and we are creating few awareness programs and try to engage with the youth community and many other community with the work process with the IGF process. Thank you so much.
Thank you. There's many of us. I'm really just looking for name, school, and relationship to school. We're going to have lots of time to talk about other stuff, but please, thank you.
I am Aisam Bozlur Rahman. I am fellow of the Bangladesh School of Internet Governance Forum. Thank you.
Hello, this is Mohammad Abdullah Kunu. I'm a secretary of Bangladesh Internet Governance Forum, and we are looking after Bangladesh School of Internet Governance.
Hi, my name is Toshi from Japan. Actually, I'm a vice chair of the Internet Providers Association in Japan. Also, teaching graduate university. Thank you.
My name is Joshua Ayayi. I am a fellow of the Ghana School on Internet Governance and as well a mentor for this year's school.
Good morning, everyone. I'm Providence Baraka from the Democratic Republic of Congo. I'm a fellow of AfriSIG 2021. And yes, I coordinated the first ever School of Internet Governance this year in the Democratic Republic of Congo. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Samuel from the public sector in Nigeria. I'm new, and I would like to observe what the school is all about.
Welcome.
Thank you.
Good morning, everybody. My name is Joseph Achiho, and I am a fellow of the African School of Internet Governance Forum for 2021.
Thank you.
Bonjour, je suis Abdelkarim Saleh Abdelkarim, secrétaire général adjoint de l'Association des Nations Unies pour les Tchad.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Salou Fani, country coordinator, International Governor Forum, Côte d'Ivoire.
Yeah, hi everyone. My name is Abdi Jalil Bashar Bong. I am the coordinator of Chadian School of Internal Governance. Here I am your remote moderator also. Thank you so much.
Hello. My name is Raymond
Mamata, and I am with the Ghana School on Internet Governance, and my organization is the convener of the Ghana School on Internet Governance, and I'm the reporter for the session today.
Bonjour, je réponds au nom de Mohamed Haroun Adam, directeur exécutif de l'école Nechat.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Diana. I am from Jordan. I am not affiliated with an internet school, and it's my first time at IGF. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Alexander Isavnin, and I'm teaching internet governance, not a school but a course at Free Moscow University, which operates online.
Hello, I'm Ahmad Harun Lari from Chad, and this is my first IGF. Thanks.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Sarah Imbiri. I'm representing the Ministry of ICT from Namibia. This is the first time I'm attending IGF, and I'm looking forward for the discussion because we are the one that are facilitating, sitting in the working group for the Namibia IGF. Thank you.
Good morning. My name is June Paris. I'm from the Barbados Internet Government. ISOC Barbados, and I'm also a fellow of the School of Internet Governance with Diplo.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Mulunai Thompson from Ethiopia. I am new for this forum. In fact, my work is directly related to such type of forum. Thank you.
Welcome.
Good morning, everyone. Morning. My name is Wazana Ndlovu. I'm from Zimbabwe. I'm with the Policy and Governance Office for the ISOC Internet Zimbabwe, and I'm directly involved with the Zimbabwe School of Internet Governance. Thank you.
Good morning. I'm Caroline Munjoma from Zimbabwe. I'm new to this forum.
My name is Mulgita Asafa from Ethiopia. I'm the director of the company called Bridge. We work on bridging resource delivery gap in education in general, and we are trying to reach inaccessible areas through digital resource delivery. Thank you. And I'm new to this forum of this year. I think I will be part of this hereafter. Thank you.
Morning, everyone. I'm Ibrahim Sandabari from Sierra Leone. I'm also new to this forum.
Good morning. Bon dia. My name is Sergio Luis Costa from Mozambique. I'm supporting School of Internet Governance through the PRIDA project. Also, I'm teaching Internet Governance School at African Union Commission through that PRIDA project. Thank you very much.
Hi, this is Bawram Arel from Nepal. I'm associated with SA Pacific School on Internet Governance as one of its vice chair, and also I'm one of initiator of Nepal School on Internet Governance and Nepal IGF as well. Thank you.
And you were our speaker at the main session, so thank you. My pleasure.
Good morning, I'm Marcus Kummer. I'm the co-facilitator of the Dynamic Coalition Coordination Group, and I'm here to observe and to learn more about this Dynamic Coalition.
I'm Henriette Esterhuisen. I'm the organizer of the African School of Internet Governance, and I live in South Africa.
Hello. Hello, my name is Sandra Hoferichter. I'm the coordinator for the European Summer School on Internet Governance, which was the first one who started with this initiative, and it's absolutely great to see how many schools are existing meanwhile across the globe. We were also, together with AFRI, involved in forming this dynamic coalition, and AFRI sometimes calls me a chair, but I never ask for that title, actually. I think this is a network of schools, and that does not necessarily need a chair, rather someone who is taking care of a secretariat, which AFRI did so far.
Thank you. You were actually co-chair from the very beginning. Okay, if we can now switch to the can we get the screen also that has not us but the other people, and Abdel Jalil, can you take us through the remote participants so they can do the same thing? Thanks.
Okay, thank you so much. We have two raised hands. We have Olga from Argentina, or we have Liana after that, and we have one for our co-host. The name is difficult to pronounce. I'm so sorry for that. Okay, you have the floor, yes.
So that was it of the
Hi,
people.
this is Olga from. Okay, sorry.
Go ahead. No, go ahead, please.
Is that okay?
Yeah.
Thank you. Sorry for that. Good, very early morning from Buenos Aires, Argentina. I am Olga Cavalli. I co-organized the South School of Internet Governance, focused mainly in Latin America and the Caribbean with my colleague Adrian Carvalho. We have been doing this for 14 years this next year. So thank you for having me.
Thank you. And was there another person that wanted to introduce themselves remote?
We have Liana. After Liana, we have also from Sarata.
Ilona.
Yes.
Okay. Hi, I hope you can hear me. Greetings. My name is Liana Galstian. I am the organizer of the Armenian School of Internet Governance and also the coordinator of the Armenian IGF. Thank you very much. And it's really nice to be here, though remotely.
Thank you. Anyone else?
Good morning, everyone. Greetings from St. Petersburg. I'm so sorry for the remote moderator. I couldn't name myself in Latin, but my name is Ilona Stadnik, actually. I'm a co-host and organizer and lecturer at the Russian Summer School of Internet Governance. We exist for 3 years already, and really nice to meet a lot of people who also involved in IG schools, either as lecturers or as participants. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else?
Yes, we have two hands raised. We have Sarata and we have Stacy. So you have the floor, yes.
Hello, greetings everyone. This is Sarata from Ghana. I'm the manager for the Ghana School on Internet Governance. It's a pleasure to be part of this group.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
And next?
Hi, I'm Stacy Gildenstern. I'm here, last minute request on behalf of Glenn McKnight from VSIG and NASIG. Just checking in so that he knows I showed up for the gig.
Oh,
thank you.
And you guys have a chance to talk a little later. He actually has a speaking role for you. Anyone else?
That's what I heard. Thank you.
Yeah. Okay. Now, what do I do to get the slides up? Do I do anything intentional or?
And we have Jim Laporte.
Oh, okay. Still another one. Okay, please.
Good morning, everyone. I'm Jim Laporte. I am an agronomist. I am a member of ISOC 80. I'm one of the 30 IGF youth ambassadors. And it's a great pleasure for me to be here.
Thank you. And have we gone through everyone? Because it takes a little bit of time, but it's really good. It's really good to, have heard everybody's names, not that people like me will necessarily remember all the names, but also to hear the different schools. Is there one of these buttons I press to get the slides? Yes. Okay. So let's start going through this. There's actually a fair amount of content I'm hoping we get through. So let's go. Sandra may say she's not the chair, but this actual group elected her or appointed her as the chair. I think it was 4 or 5 years ago. So, you know, and I've been acting as the coordinator over those years. We have 2 rapporteurs that volunteered to do this, and I hope to meet with you right after this so that we can get our required statements in. And then, as you've seen, we have an online moderator, Abdel Jalil. And I apologize up front when I pronounce names wrong, and correct me. This slide is in the deck. By the way, the deck is pointed to if you go to our mention. I wasn't able to upload it because the size requirements that IGF imposes are that. But here's a bunch of them. And this slide will show up again at the end. So, done a welcome. I quickly want to introduce the session and go through the agenda. So, The first thing we've got is a self-introduction of new and planned schools since last year. I don't know if there are any. None of them submitted slides, but I do have a chance. I'll stop. And any new school that formed in the last year, that formed since Katowice, because others would have introduced themselves last year in Katowice, or that is just about to start one, I'll invite you to say a couple words about your school. Then we're going to go through, of the schools that exist, that have done something different in the last year. These are all schools that introduced themselves last year and the year before, and some of them have volunteered saying, yes, we did something new, and, you know, give them a couple minutes to talk about what they did new. Then we go to the main sort of content part of the discussion, which is to sort of look at how schools can sustain efforts to include relevance to support of the SDGs. And we have a couple where we have actually picked out where some of the schools said, yep, we've done something about that, and so they're going to be invited to speak, and hopefully other people can contribute. Then, assuming time, we go through the plans for next year, and that's sort of a standard part of our yearly DC meeting. We talk about what we've done, we talk about an issue, we talk about where that we're trying to go next year. Then I've asked the rapporteurs or rapporteur to do concluding remarks, which really are those key statements that the IGF once submitted within a matter of hours. So while we're talking, I'm hoping that they're collecting and creating. A quick any other business if there is some, and then time permitting, I have slides from many of the schools, and I can go through them quite quickly so people can see them, but they're also in the slide deck that all of you will be able to get. So, the parade of existing and persisting SIGs. So let me go here now. Any new schools? Anybody here that founded a school since Katowice that wants to say something about their new school? Or do we have no new schools at the moment? Okay, sometimes I'm told I move on too quickly. I wanted to give it a pause. Is there anyone here that is in the midst of creating one and really wants to talk about, because they'll have created it before we meet next year? Yes, please.
Okay, thank you. I don't know if I'm audible enough. Like I mentioned, we are from Zimbabwe. Zimbabwe School of Internet Governance is part of Internet Society Zimbabwe. I'm the Policy and Information Governance Officer in the National Executive Council. So for the last 3 years, we've been running the School of Internet Governance, but it hasn't been getting enough, information from the IGF. We haven't been working with our ZIGF, Zimbabwe Internet Governance Forum. So our first year, it was just a consultative meeting, which was feeding into the ZIGF meeting that happened in Zimbabwe. And then the second year, we ran a School of Internet Governance in Zimbabwe, but because of COVID, it was online. Then the third year, which was this year, we had a School of Internet Governance, and in that School of Internet Governance, we were trying to go around with a multi-stakeholder approach, where we are not directly targeting people in the IGF, people in the academia, but people who are affected by internet governance issues and getting their perspective so that it can fit into the governance forum as well. I think that's basically what we've been doing in Zimbabwe, and I know it hasn't been reported yet.
Thank you. I'm glad you finally found your way to us, or we managed to make enough of a thing so that you came, and then hopefully you'll participate, get on the mailing lists you've seen in the slides so that you can keep up. But welcome. Glad to have another school getting involved.
Thank you.
Anyone else want to talk about a new or upcoming school? If not, I'll go on with the slides. Yes, please.
Hello everyone. My name is Karim Atoumani from Comoros, and I'm part of ISOC Comoros also, and I'm the vice president of the chapter of ISOC in Comoros. And we organized a School of Internet Governance in 2020 during COVID, and it was online, and we organized a meeting regrouping all those participated. It was part of PREDA. We got a PREDA support from the African Union, and we are looking to continue this in this side, because for now we have some difficulties to organize a multi-stakeholder IGF, because we don't not yet have a lot of people understanding the role and the importance. So we are definitely choosing to re-edit the edition of School of Internet Governance, to be sure that we have a lot of people, all stakeholders understanding, and to be able to organize, because we don't want to organize something by 3 or 4 people, but we'd like really that the first edition of our Internet Governance Forum will be embraced and will really involve a maximum of people. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Welcome. And please take advantage of signing up for the list. And also, to anybody that's starting a new school, you'll find a certain amount of resources in there about, you know, kinds of curricula, things that are necessary. So you may be able to find clues and you know, helpful hints. And then, of course, using the list, any new school can sort of ask questions. What do you do? How can you? So, thank you. Okay. Anyone else? Oh, God. Yes, please.
Bonjour à tous. J'aimerais quand même vous présenter des excuses pour ne pas parler en anglais. Comme je viens d'un pays francophone, je me sens plus à l'aise en parlant français. Je me présente, je suis Salou Fanny, coordonnateur pays de l'IGF Côte d'Ivoire. Je profite de l'occasion pour vous signifier que nous avions organisé deux sessions en 2019-2020. Nous avons organisé l'IGF en Côte d'Ivoire. On profite de l'occasion pour vous signifier aussi, dans le cadre du projet PRIDA, on devrait organiser notre école. Malheureusement, à cause de la Covid, on n'a pas pu organiser l'école. Cette année, on voulait essayer de voir dans quel cadre, comment mettre l'école en place au niveau de la Côte d'Ivoire. Pour nous, ça serait vraiment un plaisir que DCSIC nous soutienne pour voir dans quel cadre nous apporter des soutiens, peut-être dans le cadre des experts pour la formation. Vraiment, ça nous ferait plaisir. Et on profite de l'occasion pour vous signaler aussi que la Côte d'Ivoire est désignée cette année pour organiser le forum de l'Afrique de l'Ouest. Donc vraiment, ce serait l'occasion pour nous d'organiser l'école cette année en Côte d'Ivoire. Nous avons besoin de votre soutien et puis votre appui. Comment faire pour nous aider, pour ne pas vraiment que ça soit une réussite. C'est pour cela, ce matin, je profite de l'occasion pour dire que nous sommes disponibles aujourd'hui à intégrer la plateforme dans le cadre des nouvelles écoles au niveau de la Côte d'Ivoire. Merci beaucoup. C'était pour ça.
Yes. Okay, thank you. And do apologize that we don't have interpretation. I know, though, that we have some very talented bilingual people in the room, and if anybody wanted to give a quick recap. I sort of understand, but am not qualified to do a translation. Yes, please.
Yes, Salou Fanny, he's coming from Ivoire Coast. He coordinates the National IGF of Côte d'Ivoire and also coordinates the National School of Internal Governance. They are doing 2 editions, in 1919 and 2019 and 2020. And this year, they will organize the Western IGF in Côte d'Ivoire, and also they need to organize the Western School of Internal Governance, and they need the support of DC for their expertise, everything for that. He's very happy to be here.
Thank you, and I'm very happy to have him here. We have the resources. One thing we've talked about frequently is how to get multilingual in the DC. We have not achieved it yet. Everything we do is sort of by volunteer. Someone says, I can do that, and then they do it, and it's certainly not something that I can do. So unless we're going to do it in Italian, and nobody wants to do it in Italian. But anyway, so is that for the new schools? Let's move on then to, oh no, I went backwards. What am I doing? Innovations. Now, we had several schools, and I'll go through the list quickly, and then I'll give each one a chance. So we've had schools that have, we have the AfriSig, we have the AP SIG, the Argentina SIG, the Euro SIG, Ghana SIG, India SIG, North America SIG, Russian SIG, TD. I forget TD. Chad, sorry. And some of them are really easy to remember. South School and the virtual SIG. So let me go through. Some of them submitted slides, some of them didn't, and I'll ask people from that school to speak to it briefly. AfriSig.
Thank you very much, Avri. So AfriSig has been going every year since 2013. There are many people here in this room, but at this IGF that have been part of that. And generally, AfriSig is more of a leadership development experience than a school. We have quite experienced, our participants are people that are already engaged in internet policy. And we always have a practicum. And I mean, we learn a lot from the European school, and I think vice versa as well. So we introduced this idea of a practicum in 2013, where the participants have to do multi-stakeholder role play and produce an output document on a real issue. This year we did something different. We had identified that there was no, or almost no, or not no, I should say, insufficient African participation in the open-ended working group, which is a United Nations First Committee process on cybersecurity, international cybersecurity. So we used AfriSig to try and address that gap. We made it in 3 components: an online component, a face-to-face component, and a third component which took place here in Addis beforehand. We invited people that were senior, like the head of the Ghanaian Cybersecurity Agency, the Nigerian Cybersecurity Advisor, very many people from civil society, not very many, but most were from civil society and the media, and some from law enforcement as well, serious law, quite senior law enforcement people. And together they negotiated and drafted a document. And what was really different this time, we felt we couldn't use the role play, you know, where someone in civil society played the role of government, which is what we usually do, because we wanted this document to be a real document that actually had a mandate from those stakeholder groups. So it was quite challenging in a way to lose the value of the role play, because it's very powerful, the role play, you know, if a journalist has to be a prime minister or whatever. But the result was that we still had a negotiated document that was very, very good. It was actually presented in New York, and the African Union Commission itself used that as a basis for its input. And I think what we learned from this is that you can still, how we had to compensate then actually from not having to the role play, is we facilitated some discussions where different stakeholder groups could raise what they find most difficult about working with other stakeholder groups. And it had to be facilitated very carefully, and people were very honest and frank, but we really felt it built trust, and it actually helped people understand why multi-stakeholder cooperation is not always so easy. So that was just a slight innovation, and we'd like to go back to the role play because we think it works very well. But I think what this demonstrated is that schools and the methodologies we are developing in these schools actually really can be applied in negotiating multi-stakeholder output documents.
Thank you. That's really quite interesting. One thing I have before I go on to the next is, while it's really good to see the people, I'd also like to be able to leave the writing they've got up there for a little while, and I'm not quite sure how I do that. So, so next one is AP SIG. Who do I have that's going to speak for AP SIG? I don't have anyone. Do I have a remote person? In which case, you know, we could just quickly read what they submitted, that they did it jointly with the AP NIC 54 and with APR IGF in Singapore. So created a we have a speaker for it? No, we don't. So they created a reserved fellowship seat for a person with disabilities. The joint event provided a big bang reopening after the COVID-induced virtual editions and created a separate program for persons with disabilities, starting with the JACA workshop for PWDs. And if someone here was from APSIG or someone knows it, they could translate for us. Okay, I'll move on to the next one. ARSIG. Would that be you, Olga?
Yes, thank you, Avery. And maybe I can give the update from the South School and the Argentina School of Internet Governance. So we saved some time. What we did this year was go again in a hybrid mode. We used, after 2 years of pure virtual participation because of COVID, the difference is we always had remote participation, but this year it was really hybrid. So we hired a special company that brought us a TV style environment that was very nice. You can see that in our YouTube channel, SSIG LAC. The South School of Internet Governance is focused in Latin America since 2009. I think this was the second school. And Argentina School of Internet Governance started in 2017. So for both schools, we had this new hybrid scheme. In the South School of Internet Governance, we had 200 fellows, 60 on site and 140 online. All the activities that I will tell you about are available in English and Spanish with simultaneous translation. So the new thing that we have this year is a 3 stages learning. There is a 2 months learning online self-assisted training program in Spanish and English. 2 months for that. Then we have the classic 1 week full-time teaching school, which is hybrid, and of course with simultaneous translation, English and Spanish. And what we add this year, one comment about the online training, the 2-month online training. We do all the material with our team. This is not copy-pasted, a range of materials done, given to the students. We do videos, we do podcast in Spanish and English, and reading material in Spanish and English. This is for the pre-training. Then the week of full training hybrid, and then we have partnered a university from Argentina, the university where I graduated from as an engineer. And we offer a research stage. This is the third part. If you already did the 2 previous stages and you approved all the tests that we have for them, you can access a fellowship for doing a research phase, and if you complete it, then you get a diploma on internet governance and regulations. You can do that in English and Spanish. So we have 30 professors from the university that can handle students from the 2 languages. We are mainly focused in Argentina and Latin America, but with this remote participation and after COVID and this year, we had also fellows from Africa, Europe, Asia, and North America, mainly Latin America, but we also had from other regions. And everything is in YouTube in the 2 languages now. And also all the program is live broadcasted in YouTube in the 2 languages. And now our team is cutting all the different sessions into the YouTube channel, so it's easier for people to review. I think that's all for my... one important thing, nobody pays for this. It's only fellowship, free fellowships, so nobody pays for all this training. You only have to apply for a fellowship and be selected. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Okay, I'll go to the next. How come I can't get the slide? Okay, let me see, did I miss? No, we did ARSIG. Okay, EuroSIG, that's yours.
Thank you, Afri. Sandra Hofrichter speaking for Euro SSIG. We are also doing a practicum since quite a while, and here we took the good example from the African school, I think, who were the first which came up with a practicum. we used those practicums in the past already to contribute to ongoing global processes, but we also did role plays. And I must say this year's practicums results are the most significant that I think we ever produced with the fellows. And I must say I was very impressed how serious they take that contribution to the Global Digital Compact, how they discussed, how they really, during the discussion, mentioned that, okay, I understand now what your point of view is and where my blind spots are in my world of business or in my world in my place in the world. So we submitted this input recently to the UN website for the Global Digital Compact. You can find it on that website under all of these submissions, but you can also find it on our website. And I would really recommend all the other schools that might happen in the next couple of months to look into this Global Digital Compact as well. I think that would be a great contribution from this group to a UN process. This really can make a difference, I have the feeling. And also for the future, I mean, that will not be the last UN process or global process that is going on. I do think that schools can raise a lot of awareness to be recognized on the first hand, but then also to contribute and to these processes if these schools are participating in these global processes. I think that's really important. I would possibly also help you to gain some funds because it's not just a theoretical exercise that you are doing, it's a very practical exercise that really has an impact on top of the knowledge transfer that you of course all do in those schools. So we did it this year. It was a very extremely positive experience, the best we had so far, and that was basically the highlight of this year.
Thank you. Okay, next. Ghana School on Internet Governance, and if we can leave this slide up a little because there's stuff to look at, and who's going to speak to this one? I know we had several people from that school in the room, so there must be someone to speak
Yes,
to
Cherata.
it. Otherwise,
She's
I'll
online.
just say, look at the pretty picture. But,
Cherata is online, I think.
okay, please, Sarata, go ahead. Speak to your slide. And I don't know if it's possible to leave the slide visible. I don't know if there's a way to do that. We're having problems with the audio. Like, isn't there some way to have the slide and a little picture?
They
of
can
the
try
person
again
speaking?
if no. So we have Raymond here, so you can.
Okay. Yeah, please try again. Otherwise, some.
Okay, I'll speak.
No. Sorry, you're still cutting in and out, and I don't think there's anyone that can understand.
Sorry, so I'll take it up. Raymond here for the record from the Ghana School on Internet Governance. So the Ghana School on Internet Governance is also a 3-stage program that we do, which starts with the application process, then 1 month of online learning, and anybody that passes through the online learning is what qualifies the person to come for the face-to-face program. So it's not everybody who we select at the first stage that goes through the process, the whole fellowship process. And this year, if you can see from the diagram on the right, which has the blue and the other color, we have increased the number of female participants to empower the females to engage more, and we are seeing good results in what they are doing so far. And one of the engagements or the new thing that we started doing this year is engaging the fellows to participate in other global activities. So this year we've participated in the IEE program, which is a paid event, and we use strictly the fellows. This is to empower them to get involved in other global activities. So this is one of the main initiatives that we have started this year, and we have put in place several other proposals for future engagements involving only the fellows. just to empower them for their engagement. And we are proud to see some of them here. Joshua is here, and he is doing very well in the ecosystem. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Raymond. And yeah, one of the things I'm already beginning to notice as we go through this is how some similar ideas sort of sprouted in very separate schools. So ideas very much of the time. So this is wonderful. And I'm really glad the slide stayed up while you spoke. Okay, the India SIG. Who would speak to that? Do we have someone, remote or otherwise? Oh, okay. So I guess because of scheduling, we lost. So basically, just to quickly read, they organized the 7th edition as a face-to-face event at Triple IT in Hyderabad, created a reserved fellowship seat for persons with disabilities. So that's, again, a good trend that's starting to show up in several schools, and had a total of 60 fellows, national, local, ISOC chapters, government in this edition. So,
Satush online.
oh, okay. Would you like to speak to your slide?
Yes, Satush.
Oh, sorry.
It was not Satush. I think that was Abdel Jalil.
Okay, yeah, that was Abdel. Okay, well, let's move on, because there's many slides to go through.
Satush is here with us. Satush?
Okay.
Yeah, sorry. Apologies. I'm in the airport, so I think Abri has read out the thing, so I don't have anything else to add. Thank you for the opportunity. Back to you, Abri.
Okay, thank you, Satish, and have a good flight.
Thanks.
North America SIG. So this, Stacy, this is your opportunity. And there's no picture to show, just an announcement that you're going to talk about new stuff. Can somebody enable Stacy to speak? And there's no slide for me to read here, so, and even, oh, thank you, there's Stacy. So she,
It's on her side. She's unmuted.
you're unmuted. We hear very softly, but we do not hear you. Yet we heard you before. No. I could, sometimes I hear a little bit of voice, but mostly I do not hear you. Okay, why don't we move on, and then, because we're going to come back to the virtual SIG at the very end, so maybe if we have taken care of the voice issues by the time we get to that slide, we can cover both. Thank you. Okay, there's the Russian SIG. Who do we have to speak? Is Ilana online or here, or who else?
It's me, yeah, it's me. Hope you can hear me well.
Yes, please, go ahead.
Any confirmation on that? Okay, so very quickly, first of all, I would like to say that our school quite resembles the South SIG, what was Olga talking about, because we have the same kind of structure with pre-phase and then basic phase, and also have partnerships with university and we provide diploma, but the scale is modest. So we have 100 applications, like more of them, but we have like 38, 40 fellows and alumni. So we are small, but yeah. Once our school was designed as an academic endeavor mostly, but with the experience and practice from people in the real industry, different stakeholders, this year we decided to actually edit this practical exercise, and we took the GDC process and we took the guidelines from the UN Tech Envoy. And our participants were debating different kind of principles and provide a document that can be submitted to GDC process as EuroSIG is. But it was kind of an educational exercise. And also we have been researching the issue of internet fragmentation, and on the slide you can see the pieces of the big mind map, where participants were examining fragmentation as technical, as economic, as political, and internet telecommunication as key infrastructure. So this is kind of our contribution. But actually, I'm very proud that we also prepare people to participate in different IG processes, and IGF is one of them. And as I know, there are two our alumni here at the
We just lost your audio, but thank you very much.
At the IGF on the equal footing as organized. Okay, hope you have seen you have heard at least the basics.
Yeah, no, we did hear, got you again at the very end. Thank you very much, and nice slide. Thank you. Let me. You want to? And it's not one that's in the list. Okay, well. Okay, let me go to this. We already did the South School. Okay, the Chad. Was there someone that wanted to speak to that one?
Yeah. Here's Abdi Jalil, the president of Chadian School of Internal Governance. I have my colleague Mustafa, but he had internet issues to connect with us. So we organized in Chad our first edition of School of Internal Governance. It was in 2020, from 14 to 15 December in Chad. So we organized in collaboration with National ICT Agency in Chad. So this is our first edition. Our second edition during COVID, it was so difficult to organize. So now we are preparing to organize our second edition this year. So we are going to share in the mail list. So yes, and we train more than 55 people, but gender gap is very useless. So for this new edition, so we're gonna to close this gap. And thank you so much. Yes.
Thank you. Next is the virtual SIG, and so we'll try again with Stacy, but if not, I've been told that Andre in the room can speak to it. Or Stacy, do you just want to defer to Andre?
Video off, can you hear me better without it?
I hear you.
All right, I can do two sentences and then he can add anything to the end if that's okay.
Fantastic.
Just briefly, there's a major rewrite coming, a major change in probably central approach to the class from VSIG, which I just personally completed, so I feel fortunate to see where this is going. I'm going to help with that in delivery, so it'll be exciting to see how that unfolds. We also, therefore, will have quite a few less people going through the school because there's going to be a major rewrite. We also are going to be bringing on a GDPR for citizens class focused specifically from their perspective on how to navigate the system with GDPR, and it's a rewrite. We're just waiting for funding on that, but it's a rewrite of something that already exists that lost its home. So let's hope that comes through. And I think those are the main things that I was told to relay. Perhaps there's some more from Andre there.
Thank you.
Yeah.
You've given us a lot to look forward to, so perhaps at next year you'll be able to tell us about this. Andre, was there anything you wanted to add about either North America or virtual?
What about the boss?
Huh?
About boss.
Yes, so please.
I don't have a mic, so.
Sure, pick a mic.
Thank you very much, sir.
Thank you, Marcus.
Thank you very much.
And then I'll come to you.
Hello, Andre Sherbosh for the record. I'd like to, first of all, share my gratitude to the leading members of the VSIC and NASIC. So, this is our honorable colleagues, Eduardo Dios, Alfredo Calderon, and Glenn McKnight. And I think I participated in both schools. And I think it's a good combination that we have the virtual module in the internet VSIC with the last edition of NASIC, which happened in Puerto Rico in the early November.
this experience is really positive, and I think it good example of combination of the virtual learning and in-person learning, and I think it's really important. And we have also the project to multilingualize the VSIC process, and I'm also the part of this in translation of the content of the school in Russian language. And so I think this experience will be positive. And thank you very much for this. And I'd like also thank the board and participants for this opportunity. I think virtual learning is really important. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. And I've been asked by the Bangladesh school, who wasn't reflected in the slides there, that they would like to say a few words about the innovations that they've undergone this year.
Thank you so much for giving the floor. This is Ashrafur Rahman, Bangladesh School of Internet Governance. So very shortly, share a few information about the Bangladesh School of Internet Governance to more capacity building and the empowered our community, and also create awareness for safe internet and obviously for meaningful access, hands-on learning on various time demand context. We are trying to minimize the urban and rural community gap, and we conduct the school by the local language and English also, so it's easy to catch for all the community. We are creating fellowship also for the local and global. Last our school, the fellowship applicant was more than 400. We could appreciate if you include the Bangladesh School of Internet Governance in the dynamic coalition. For your kind information, we have started from 2017, and we already conduct the 6th Bangladesh School of Internet Governance. They strengthens the capacities of the multi-stakeholder to participate effectively in internet governance process through the Bangladesh School of Internet Governance. The process has been started, as I mentioned, from 2017. As a result, 541 stakeholders participated in the 6th batch, and approximate 135 policy experts, resource persons, policy makers attended and shared their knowledges. Here we include the industry expert to collaborate with us to share their learning and experiences also. Thank you so much.
Thank you. And I invite you to, if you look at our slide deck, you'll see we have like a slide per school. And each year we add new slides per school. So please prepare one, and we'd love to have you add it to the deck.
Thank you so much. We will
Okay. So now, I don't know if there were any questions. I am doing terrible time management at the moment, so I apologize to that. But I really would like to get to the schools and the SDGs, which was the sort of content, and then we'll come back to the dynamic coalition and such as it is. So and this is really something that we just started. It was basically when committing to this particular session with the IGF having this particular direction, we sort of said, oh, okay, what are we doing? And so the question that we've started asking ourselves, and it's very, very rudimentary, it's what has been done to date in SIGs. So basically asked all the members of the Dynamic Coalition to sort of tell us what they had done. And, had they done something, because we had not gone through that. And then the other question that I asked is what can be done, which obviously opens up the discussion a little bit more to sort of being creative. I certainly don't believe that we will cover anywhere close to this whole subject in the next 15, 20 minutes, but wanted to basically start planning the ideas. And what I've got is for about 5 of them, I think. I don't know if I counted correctly. There's a slide each, and so I'll put them up, and then they do refer to what some schools have done, and then perhaps we can also get a little bit of participation, though with such a big crowd, a lot of participation, and we'll never finish anything. But anyhow, so on the first one was basically looking at gender equality, empowering women and girls, and it was targets 5.2 and 5.5. And the Russian school made a contribution of what they had done. The South school made a recommendation of what, I mean, a statement of what they had done. And then there was a statement, what can be done in the future. And I'll read that one out, is SIGs must keep promoting gender balance, especially, I can't see that well, promoting STEM and ICT careers and education among young students. Specifically in Argentina SIG, we have a good percentage of high school girl students that end up being very motivated to study these careers. Now, I'd like to open it up to a little bit of discussion. I don't know if people from Russian SIG or South School want to speak more to it, but also just, are there other ideas? Are there things that people think could go beyond? And you're anxious to speak. Yes, please. Okay. Anybody want to speak to us?
We have Olga and Ilona.
Okay, please, Olga and then Ilona.
Thank you. I just wanted to mention that from day zero, the participation of fellows in both South School and Argentina School was 50% women and 50% men. And we had that interest from several high school, especially students of the last year of high schools, in participating especially in the Argentina School of Internet Governance. And they are quite motivated. They are also not interested in STEM careers, but also very much interested in different internet governance processes at the region and at the global level. Now that it's more easy to participate virtually, I think that was a nice outcome.
Okay, thank you. Your voice came through. It was understandable, but it was kind of problematic in terms of the sounds. And next was Ilana, please.
Hope it's okay to hear me.
Yep.
I would say that probably our SIG have a cleavage to the other side, because we have the majority of girls and women rather than men, because we have, and it was a big trend, because each year we have more women applications than previously. But if we look at the alumni, it's like 80% plus of girls. And actually that's a problem, but there is a definition, because a lot of participants have humanitarian background. That's important. We have political science, we have social science, we have journalism, but very little people from ICTs, from information security, and that's why we have a lot of girls there. But gratefully that they start to get interested in ICTs and internet policies and so forth. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Okay, so I'd like to open the floor a little bit. I've got Henriette that wanted to, just sort of anybody that has something to say about what can be done in the future and wants to add to that. So please, Henriette.
On the SDG topic, well, I mean, for the AfriSig, we have always, gender equality is a core goal for us, and it's not very difficult to get it. We also include in our application process, AfriSig is a competitive process, so we've had from 800 to 300 in a slow year participants that we have to select from. And we actually have a question in the application form about how you see gender in internet governance. And initially this was actually, people actually answered this question. Now we find that they sometimes cut and paste text from the Internet Society's pages, and which of course they are immediately disqualified when they do that. But what we do in the session itself, we always have a gender expert that presents. We also, and we have discussions on gender, we try and put LGBTI issues on the agenda as well, because in Africa, that's a very sensitive topic. But, why have an African school on internet governance if we're not talking about sensitive topics? But then what we try and do to introduce development is we bring economists to the table and we put trade on the agenda. So, and in Africa, that has actually become simpler now, because we have so many. Through the African Union, we have the digital transformation strategy, we have a digital free trade initiative. So what we then do, to make a long story short, we don't necessarily say SDG number X target number XXX, but we actually very deliberately try and integrate broader economic and social and human rights development issues, which are all in the SDGs, into the curriculum. So the curriculum is quite a lot broader than just focusing on internet governance. We try and bring that broader perspective and facilitate critical debate. And that's my general thing. I want to just say, I think it's good that we are focusing on the SDGs, but I teach at a lot of schools, India, APSIC, sometimes at EuroSig, and various African schools, North African and African. And I find two trends in SIGs. Some of them encourage critical thinking and debate, and some of them don't. That's the dividing line. And I don't think there's a right or wrong. I think sometimes it can be good to start by just conveying the information, having this multi-stakeholder internet governance. ICANN does this, ITU does that. Sometimes they don't even talk about the ITU. And and Internet Society does that. But I think in the long run, I would really encourage all schools to, through the practicum idea, for example, but through other means as well, to encourage critical thinking. Because if we don't have people that can be able to speak, to debate, to challenge, as well as collaborate, we're not really going to change internet governance and make it fully inclusive. So that's just a reflection I have now after several years, and it would be good to hear what other people think. And I'm worried that by focusing on the SDGs in too narrow a way, we add more content and we end up having less debate.
Thank you. It was an IGF recommendation for this year, so therefore we went with it.
Online.
Anybody else? Oh yeah, Sandra wanted to add something, and then, okay, I see other hands.
Thank you, Afri. Sandra Hoferichter speaking for Euro SSIG. I would like to confront everyone with a totally different trend. Since a couple of years, when we receive multiple applications for the European Summer School, which is a global school and not just targeted to European fellows, there is a vast majority, really a vast majority of applicants female. And sometimes it's difficult because we want to have a balanced group in all respect between all stakeholders, between all genders, and between all regions. Sometimes it's difficult for our school to find male participants. Isn't that amazing? So the question that I have basically is, how will this play out? Is this the trend that these new or that these young women are becoming the next leaders? Because our slogan is teaching the governance leaders of tomorrow, and we take that very literally. Or will there be a glass ceiling in the future for those talented women? And I must say, it is mainly women who are also willing to, first of all, dedicate their time, secondly, pay for their travel, and maybe even pay for a fellowship, or pay for the participation if a fellowship is not available. So I think this is basically a very positive trend when we talk about gender equality. We just have to see how this plays out in the future when they are in the position of getting into leadership positions, yes or no. And so I encourage all the male participants to apply for a school as well, because when you look at our statistics over the years from 207 to 220 to 2022, we have 202 females, we have 184 males, and 2 others. So since a while we also open up to if someone don't like to assign to male or female. So that's just a side note, and I think a very positive trend on the other hand.
Thank you. Okay, I had a bunch. I see 1, 2, 3, 4. So and I'm just going to go down the line. So so first is the gentleman there, and then you're next. And then
Good morning, everyone. I'm Luis Fernando Castro from Brazil. I am a former member of CGI-BR, the Brazilian Steering Committee, Internet Steering Committee. Since the year 2014, we have our Internet Governance School, inspired in European by initiative of our director, Professor Hartmut Glaser, and it has been, it's a big success. Many editions, more than 250 students. And this was evaluated for other products. One very interesting one is what we call the legal school, destined to the legal community, judges, prosecutors, and lawyers, to be more aware of the themes that we are dealing with that are very connected to legal issues. It has been a very good experience. And most recently, by my initiative, we made an agreement with the University of São Paulo, the most traditional in Brazil, with the Advanced Studies Institute, to create a specific chair to treat this matter of internet governance. And the products are very interesting, like seminars, books, and we have a postgraduate discipline that is multidisciplinary, treats 15 different subjects related to internet.
Thank
it's
you.
a very good experience.
Okay, thank you. We're trying to sort of focus on this SDG theming at the moment. I've known the school for a long time. It would be lovely if the Brazil school participated in the DC. It's been around forever, so it would be lovely. Next, please.
Thank you for giving me this chance to speak. I'd like to acknowledge my Zimbabwean participant. I didn't know you were here. And then to speak on what you said when it comes to participants who are applying who are female. I'll also say, like I said, this was our 3rd year, but our 2nd school. You'd find there are more females that are applying to the school. But when it comes to commitment, because we structured it in a way that there has to be an online school. After an online school, then you come to the face-to-face. When it came to the online school, our female participants didn't participate. The male participated more. Why? Because there was some commitment. There was also some money that was involved. So you'd find female participants are the most applicants, but when it comes to participating and fulfilling the objectives, it's the males that are doing it. And then I'll quote from one session I was in yesterday. There was some general consensus from someone from French and German, which were asking, why are you women pushing for the gender, for us to accept you on the gender base when you are not playing up the part? What really is your problem? Because now when you're just saying and gender, because now when it comes to internet, we are speaking about gender a lot, but what really is our problem? What is really the gender problem? Is it commitment? Because from Zimbabwe, I'm saying female applicants are the most, but when it comes to fulfilling and commitment, they are the least. I don't know. I'm here to learn as well.
Yep.
And then the third thing I would want to speak about is multi-stakeholderism approach when it comes to internet governance and the schools of internet governance. You are looking, maybe we'll take people from grassroots. Say grassroots, people that are not policymakers. And when they are not policymakers, we have their views. Is it going to push the agenda any way further? Because now we are having a meeting, say 25 participants have been, ISOC has paid for 25 participants, they've been there, but none of them are policymakers. They are just grassroots in multi-stakeholderism approach. How is it going to, yeah. Okay. Those are my 3 questions.
Thank you. I'll come back to you at the end. Okay, so going down the line now was, okay, who is next, please? And then I see Raymond, and I don't know if there was anyone else, but sir, please.
Okay. Hi, everyone. This is Jose Fissar Dudban from Chad. I coordinate the Chad Youth IGF. Within nowadays challenges that we have been experiencing, such as internet shutdown, internet fragmentation, or inaccessibility to digital devices, how can we create a relevant and interactive school of internet governance to achieve the SDG in developing countries? Thank you.
Okay, thank you. That's another important question that would take a different meeting, I think, for us to get into. But I'm going to record the question as something that we should look at, is how do we create schools in development areas while people are shutting down the internet all around them? Raymond, please.
Thank you. Talking about gender inclusion and gender equality, one thing that we do at the Ghana School on Internet Governance is we segregate the selection process from the men, between the men and the women, so that the women do not compete with the men. in that case, we are able to rate the ladies and get their selection into the state, because most of them do not put in very good application. However, if we selected them, we realize that they participate in very well. So that is one thing that I will encourage the other schools also to do, to segregate the selection process so that we can get more ladies in the process. And I want to acknowledge the presence of one of our fellows, Caleb, who is also here with us. Thank you.
Thank you. So did I catch everybody in this line that wanted to comment? By the way, I think I'm going to put that comment about internet shutdowns and how do you do a school as one of the significant points that got mentioned. Not that I think we can solve it or discuss it to any extent here, because we're not going to finish. Okay, please.
Thank you. Joshua Ayayi for the record. I basically wanted to respond to what my colleague in Zimbabwe said. I think the problem in Africa is that there is a lot of gender roles. So you go to a typical school. I do school outreaches every time. And then you ask them what they want to do. And you have the boys saying they want to be an astronaut, they want to be a scientist, they want to be a computer genius. And then the girls will go like, I want to be a nurse and a teacher. And basically that's it. So I think we grow with that. And that's why you get a lot more low quality applications, if I should say so, when you compare it to the men from the women. That is one. And then two, the entire internet or let me say online school system is just very technical. For a girl that has lived all her life thinking she wants to be a nurse or a teacher, you know that person has been told that you can't be technical. So once they are confronted with something that is a bit more technical, they are overwhelmed. And I am glad that for the Ghana's sake, the past fellows, we come in as mentors and we help. And with my experience as a mentor, the male mentees that I have, I can go like a whole week before I check on them once. But with the females, I have to keep on checking on them every day to make sure that they are on course, they are getting their classworks and assignment done. And I think that's what we all need to do. Be deliberate about it and make it, demystify this whole online schooling system and IGF, because it sounds too technical to the African girl child. I think once we are able to do that, we can get a lot more females committed to it.
Okay, we have very different experiences. I hope nobody dumbs anything down for me. Please.
Hi, just on that note, I think confidence rather than commitment is going to be the issue. But I think the idea of dumbing down or the like is not the way to go. I think it's a case of we need to reinforce the fact that you are competent, you know what you're doing, and so on. I think that's a bigger thing. What I actually wanted to come in with is a follow-up from Henriette's critique, I think is the best way to put it, of bringing in the SDGs and sort of overlaying the content at the expense of debate. And that is that a couple of the schools in Zimbabwe had indicated this, do it in two phases. And I think one thing that should sort of be considered is to put content loading, as it were, things that are of a, technical, this is the chart and this is stuff that you can learn, to put that more into an online, sort of approach, to put that, what can be put in a textbook gets put in a textbook. So that when you do face-to-face interactions, that needs to be focused on critical thinking. That needs to be focused on critical engagement. And I also think that the advantage of taking that line is that it means that you can identify at the content stage issues of confidence, issues of people feeling that they're not ready, and you can then take in the stream and look at it and take it from that perspective. So that was just sort of my submission on there.
Before I go on with more hands, I'm basically going to admit that I'm going to fail at getting through the rest of the slides that were there, and that would be taking Henriette's advice, is don't go through the SDGs, let's do some critical thinking.
Online comment.
Right, we've got 15 minutes.
Online.
Yeah, I'll get to you. We've got 15 minutes left. This discussion is building nicely. Anybody object? we can look at the slides some other time. We have remote meetings. I'm more than happy to schedule a meeting where I'll go through not that anybody will join a meeting. We have 6 people sometimes join us for dynamic coalition meetings online. But I'm more than willing to schedule an online discussion to go through the rest of it if people want. But now, okay, so does anybody object to doing that with the last 15 minutes as opposed to trying to rush through? I see no objection. The online comment, please.
Yes, we received a comment from Liana. She said, in terms of gender participation, I should say that more than 19% are female in Armenia School of Internet Governance. And we received another comment from Sarata Oman, from Ghana, SIG. In relation with SDGs, we are making consensus effort to engage and create awareness to engage more women who are equally willing to engage in community and contribute to policy making. We should over 100 female participation in this year. And the last one we received from Stacy. I have a special interest in teen learning about internet governance. We lose girls from tech so young. By 12 years, they will start to turn out. So I don't know if Liana, she need to speak also. So.
Thanks. Did someone want to speak? Is that what you? Okay. In which case, Henriette, did you want to comment?
I wanted to respond to the really good question, interesting question from Zimbabwe, and on the gender issue. So firstly, in our experience in AfriSig, we never have a problem having 50% participants, never. We never find a difference in the quality of participants between men and women. They have different strengths, different experiences. So I think if you have that experience, you need to think about how you present your school, how you package your school, things that really work. Having women faculty, absolutely essential. It's just not, in today's age, you don't run a school where the majority of your presenters are male. If you do that, then don't even pretend to aspire to gender equality. Then next, the moderation. You need to moderate in such a way that it's inclusive, and not just in terms of gender. People of different ages, or people who have less or more confidence or less or more experience. So make sure that your methodologies really enable, some of us have minorities as well in our countries, just to make sure that it's very inclusive. And I think this thing that I think, Paul, you mentioned that, remember that your participants, they all have knowledge. They might have knowledge of something that's a little bit different from what's on the, that particular topic of a session. But run your school and design your school in such a way that everyone who's in the school feel that they have expertise and they will be given the opportunity to share their expertise. And then I think the real thing here is, how do you view internet governance? If you present internet governance as DNS, IP numbers, IP addressing, and what's the other, and the IGF, for example, you're not really going to attract a broader audience. If you are, but there's a room for technical training. I think it's very important to do technical training. But if you are approaching internet governance from a public policy perspective, put in human rights, put in small business development, put in sort of economic development and internet governance. You will get the woman. They will come and they will add value. And in that way, you can also encourage women to go into technical more. And then I think finally your point about people in rural communities, target your curriculum. I think there's a tendency for us to come up with standardized curriculums for schools. It can be helpful, but it can also alienate you from your audience. If you're working with a rural audience, maybe you want to look really at local governance issues, what your telecoms regulator is doing, how small ISP operates, what the pricing system is of your mobile operators, and how people can make the best of that, and how they can influence government. So I see Noxie is sitting over here. Noxie, put up your hand. She runs a community network school where they work with people in community networks on policy. It's not the same as an IG school curriculum. They target it specifically for the needs of their audience.
Thank you. Was there other hands? We've got 10 minutes left we could discuss, or I can go to another slide and open up another set of discussions. Yes, please.
Hello, Alexander Isavnin from Free Moscow University. Actually, we can afford ourselves not provide pre-selection, so we usually allow to enroll everyone. But we allow self-natural selection, so that if somebody doesn't interested, he may avoid continuing. And actually, if we are talking about this topic, I would like to say that our course is running for like 15 weeks, so it's long enough. And I would like to share my statistics on homeworks which students are being done. And really, it's clearly seen that more technical, more engineering, more standard-oriented homeworks are usually being well done by, male, rather than females prefer communication, diplomacy, law, and something like. Also, as we have such long times, we have carefully watch how to tell. We try in each our lecture and each our practical task give to say combination of law and technology to keep a attraction of different audiences. Maybe really the issues you have stated is meant that the most schools present themselves not like engineering, mathematics, but more about communication and law, which may lose interest of boys. But again, we will still watching what's being going on, and maybe if you want our experiences, which lasts, which is not current week, which is not just application and the week of school, we can share it.
Thank you. Any other comments? Otherwise, please, yes.
To add something to my colleague's statement that this combination of law and technology, maybe social politics and technology, is really important not only for gender equality, but I think this dimension is also important, but also for understanding of the all processes of the internet governance better, because all of these are combination between technical and societal and maybe legal issues, and that's why it is a good idea, like it is done in Free Moscow University. By the way, I'm teaching with Alexander these courses. We are doing this from different dimensions, from different perspectives. He's from technical perspective. I'm from I have legal background, and I'm doing this from legal perspective. Okay. And this is really important. I think it's good disciplinary approach. Thank you very much.
Okay. Thank you. What I think I'm good. Okay, yes, please. A remote.
You have we have two comments.
Yeah.
One from Russia Sikh from Leona.
Yeah.
She says that Russia Sikh has also little selection. We take on board everyone with clear interests, but half of them drop out during the course. And the second one from Apisik, from Abdullahi Kamar. And there are any Sikh for curricular development, I strongly recommend teach basic concept for IGA, for internet governance, for key 6 students to become effective in digital citizen.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Yes, please.
Just one brief comment. I know that internet schools are largely about innovation. I am a little bit, maybe it's my personal opinion, but saddened to see that we still talk about women and men in the very traditional sense of what this means and indicates. There are so many identities in society nowadays, and also I really don't think that a centered gender comes with certain interests and hobbies and futures. And I hope that the internet schools can change the mindsets of the practitioners and the organizers, as well as the people who participate. I cannot but help but feel like a little bit frustrated with this, because it's supposed to be about some future forward values. Thank you.
Thank you very much. What I'm going to do now, I think at this point I've only got 5 minutes left. And so what I really want to do is I'm going to quickly go through the rest of the SDG sides. We're not going to talk about them, but what I want to say is basically, if we find that there's an interest in perhaps having a meeting on one of these subjects and having, deeper discussions than we can have in another 5 minutes, I'd be happy to, and we can figure out how to use the DC SIG that's talking about schools, but to cover some of these issues. So we had issues that people were going to talk about 7, which is sustainable and energy. We had people that contributed to what was happening in their schools in terms of 13, in terms of combating climate change, where they're covering that in some of the schools. So fortunately, most of the schools don't just focus on the gender issue and looking at some of the things. So I recommend that people look at these and, perhaps think about it, and we could talk about it more within the DC SIGs. Then there's promoting peaceful and inclusive societies for sustainable development and access to justice. And so basically, something has been done in some of the schools where they focus on it, and also an indication of what could be done, interoperability and open systems, and looking at some of that and how it fits in. And then, so the other thing that was on our agenda, which we'll have to get to in an online meeting when, we're all back to just doing online meetings, was basically what we were going to do next year. Last year, we came up with a great list of tasks. We didn't do any of them. So basically, want to start, and it wasn't something that I thought would get resolved today, but basically want to, and would love to see more of you when there is a DC SIG meeting online, participating in the list and getting discussions going and getting different ways to share opinions as opposed to waiting for the one day that we get together for an hour and a half. So, some of the discussions that we could have. And look, you were going to say something to this. I don't know if you still want to.
Yes, basically, thank you, Avri. Sandra Hoferichter speaking. Basically, I would like us to have a look at the fabulous list from last year and what we could actually achieve and where still some work needs to be done. We had a lot of ideas what could happen in the next year, but reality showed that not everyone has the capacity to participate constantly in such a dynamic coalition. So going through that list, the first point says ongoing development of the toolkit. I think this was something that we accomplished quite good. We agreed that this is a rolling document, that this can change as we move forward. It's not a static document, but I think this toolkit has meanwhile achieved a really good status of matureness and can be really of help for new schools or existing schools to emerge. The second point was a further development of the operations guide.
You're not going to have time to go through them all. We've
Okay.
got 2 minutes left.
Okay, 2 minutes
And
left.
I've
Good.
got to do that one.
Okay, then if you only have 2 minutes left, then I would suggest if I have screen sharing rights, which I don't have at the moment, but please go to that website igschools.net, and there you will find also a link to a wiki that was set up, and I would encourage every school to encourage the fellows as well as the faculty to sign up in one of the forums, because what we are actually aiming to do is building a network of global alumni. And this is really something where I think that could be of benefit for all schools in terms of gaining funds for the future, because those who have been gone through such a school might now be in a leading position in a company and might be willing to support the school that helped them to emerge and that helped them to build a career. So I really would encourage all of us to build this network. We will, for the Euro SSIG, we will move on in creating such an alumni network for our school, but I think the real benefit comes when it's a global network of alumni so that they can also exchange. The same goes for the faculty. I also think the faculty would have a great value if they are globally connected, so that if a new school emerges, they can also have a resource person, male and female and diverse, from the region.
Okay, thank you. Rapporteur, can you give us 2 sentences? What are the key takeaways? What are the key
Thank you, Raymond here for the record. So at the beginning of the section, we had 30 participants in the room and 15 online, and at the end we had 45 in the room and 24 online. The two takeaways for the session is the recommendation from EuroSIC that recommend for the schools to take contributions towards the global compact. That's the first recommendation that has been very significant. And the second one is the SICs must keep promoting gender balance, especially promoting STEM and ICT careers and education among the young students. This came from the RSIC. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. And I think with that, I've got my time instructions, right? We're at the end of our time? Yes, that you represent time to me now. So I thank you all. It was a good discussion. I wish we could have had a half day. And perhaps someday we can find a way. I'm really impressed by the number of people that came, talk, and whatever about SIGs. He'd have to give me permission.
So sorry. So we don't have a school of internet governance in Japan yet, but probably I will try. And also, by the way, my school is located in Kyoto. As you may know, the next one is in the Kyoto. So if you have any request or demand something, so I will.
It might be that DSKI Skigs do a day zero type event.
Well,
but anyway.
A networking session for alumni of all schools at next year's IGF. That would be cool.
Pictures? Oh, yeah? Okay, thank you. Fantastic. I look forward to it. Okay, so we are done. And I'm sorry we didn't get more time. But they only give us 90 minutes. But yes, actually, I'd like to think about a day zero type extended event where we're not rushing people, where people are getting a chance. I feel bad about rushing you. I feel bad about that. But, yes. Oh, if I must. Photos are never my favorite.
No, you need to put it on our website.
Yes, of course.
ሚዲያ ብሮድካስቲንግ ኮርፖሬሽን በአፋን ኦሮሞ የ24 ሰዓት ስርጭት ለመጀመር ዝግጅቱን አጠናቋል።
Думаю, помнят ли Армен Гарник или Читаш, если мы так договоренности по теме? Может взять предмет на то, что он туда плохо, хорошо.
My name is Ilona Stadnik.
How are you? Are you working? Something.
I'm actually just opening the dock because
Same. I just figured out that in order to enter India, you need like a yellow fever vaccine, and none of us have it, and nobody told us. So we had like a good freaking out 3-hour session because you need a 10-day interval. A lot of people have also told us that they want to check it. It's just a requirement, but
there as well, so we can debug that problem if it's a two-way problem. Okay, so great.
Hello.
Great, we can hear you.
Hello.
All right, so we just have one panelist who's not yet online, but I think because we only have a short hour, that we should go ahead and get started, and hopefully Luisa joins us a bit later. All right, so welcome everyone. This is an open forum with the Global Encryption Coalition. So we have members of that coalition here with us today to talk about the fight for strong encryption everywhere, and also the policy threats to that from all corners of the world. Thank you so much for joining in person and online on the last day of the IGF. I will get into the panel and frame that panel very soon, because that will be the meat of our discussion. But because this is an open forum and we're here to talk about this coalition as an ongoing process that people can learn about and get involved with, I want to first turn it over to Sheetal Kumar, who's also joins me as a steering committee member. I should have introduced myself. I'm at the Center for Democracy and Technology, who's one of the steering committee members of the Global Encryption Coalition. Global Partners Digital and ISOC are also. And so Sheetal's just going to give everyone an overview of the Global Encryption Coalition, and then we will frame the panel and get into respondents. Okay.
Okay, thanks, Mallory. I hope you can all hear me. So, as Mallory mentioned, the Global Partners Digital is one of 3 steering committee members of the Global Encryption Coalition. Why do we exist? Why were we set up? Well, we're seeing all around the world, and we have for a number of years, threats, legislative and policy threats to encryption. Despite the fact that strong encryption is essential to protecting and preserving privacy online, but also the security of our communications. And so we've set up the Global Encryption Coalition in May 2020 to address those threats, to work together wherever they may arise, to essentially fight back. And the way that we do that is by providing support to members. I forget how many members we have now, but it's well over 100 in different countries around the world, and we provide that support, connecting to a network that can raise awareness about these threats. We, for example, submit input into consultations where they are on any legislative policy proposals that would undermine encryption. And we've had some successes, which I think we can speak about. And of course, as a network, we share information. We, for example, organize information sharing calls so that our members are aware of the threats to encryption that exist, and we can work together to address those. We also have launched a Global Encryption Day, which takes place every October. I mean, we've had 2 now. So I think we could say it does take place every October, at least. We have recently celebrated it to advance understanding of how encryption is under threat, to commit to protecting, preserving strong encryption, and to call on everyone to do that and to join us in this effort. So the Global Encryption Coalition is open to membership. You can just go online and select, I think there's a tab up at the top of the website to find out more. Of course, we're willing to discuss that with you in more detail, but I think with this open forum, we wanted to share with you some of the work that members have been doing, some of the threats that we're seeing, and discuss with you what the Global Encryption Coalition can and is doing. Thanks, Mallory.
Thanks for that overview, Sheetal. So now that we've brought all we've brought a really great cross-section of our membership to this open forum, so I want to spend as much time having you listen to them as possible. But I did just want to frame a little bit what we'll be talking about. We want really to make this as accessible as possible. Chantal mentioned that we have Global Encryption Day. It's because we want to be able to talk about what is typically seen as a very technical issue, but in a way that is responsive and relevant to communities all over the world. So don't be afraid of the discussion here. It's not going to be very technical. In fact, we're going to, as much as possible, bring in social debates and trends in the policy space. We're trying to actually bring nuance, actually, with those views into the policy debate. So we don't shy away from inviting technical experts. That's one of the categories of membership that we have, so that we make sure that our policy interventions are grounded in, technical constraints and realities, and that we aren't just echoing the same old two-sided debate that's been raging for decades now. We're really seeing more nuance, and that's a good thing. So we want to continue to engage in that space. To that end, I will now sort of invite everyone to comment on the first round of questions. And because we have a big panel, we're going to run through, each panelist is going to respond to my 2 questions, and then we'll have time for questions and answers at the end. I wanted to also just give folks a list, a roster of who will go first, since we're not all in a line in one place where we can just go down the row. I'll read your name out, but I do encourage you and remind you to introduce yourself for the first time when you speak. So we have Radhika, we have Luisa, Olaf, Chantal, Raphael, and Alina that are going to speak. So I hope I didn't run through that too fast and you remember who you speak after. But my first question to you all, in addition to who you are, where you work, and your expertise and affiliation, is what is one common myth about encryption that you hear of in your region? So we'll start with Radhika.
Hi everyone. I come from a country in Global South called India, and I work with an organization called Software Freedom Law Center. And we were one of the earliest organizations to work in the field of digital rights. We were founded in 2010, right? And we, as part of our public education mandate, we also conduct a lot of digital security trainings, where we equip people how to use encryption, like very basic encryption, email encryption, using encrypted email. And we work a lot with human rights defenders and journalists. The first thing that I get about encryption whenever I'm doing those trainings is that, oh, but why do we need privacy, right? Like, I have had people who've come to me and like, why do you put a lock on your phone and your computer? It's okay, because our society is like that. So it's basically, if you're a private person, it means that you're hiding something. And that is implied very strongly. To add to the myth, then there's also this thing that, encryption is too hard. Oh my God, it's so hard. Well, it's cryptography. We can't learn it. And that roadblock to just thinking about how hard encryption is, it creates that feeling that we can never learn it. We can't even deploy it in a little parts of life. It's thought of something that's out of the world, that's too far. And one thing that we learned to do it is to simplify it, using examples of WhatsApp, using examples of banks. And the way that we break down privacy to people is just tell them that, oh, did you get scammed? Did you get a scam call last week? And that's what gets them to notice. Yeah, thank you.
Thanks, good ones. Luisa, on to you.
Thank you. So my name is Luisa Brandão. I'm currently a fellow from the Humboldt Foundation in Germany, but I am from Brazil, where I started now for decades advocating for rights like safety and privacy on a global internet. And as Radhika, I also come from a global South country, where we also face some myths about encryption. One of them being like encryption is just useful for the bad guys, for people who want to not show something, or for people who hide something and to do some harm or to do something wrong. And I think to tackle this myth, we should have basically two things in mind. First of all of us as a society, we need encryption to keep us safe and to grant it trust in many aspects of our lives, from safety communication to online banking, or making sure that that airplane that takes you to whatever destination won't have the route messed up by some bad intentioned actor. We need encryption for our society. And the second point I would like to make is that privacy and safety are not opposites. We very often talk about that. They walk hand in hand, and they need to be seen as a joint coalition to keep us safe. Thank you.
Thanks, Luisa. And so far, just thanks so much to everybody who's taking the right amount of time. We're doing great. With a big panel, I get nervous. Olaf, please jump in. We're excited to hear from you.
Yeah, my name is Olaf Kolkman. I work for the Internet Society. I'm principal of technology policy and advocacy there. And I'm not going to talk from my region, but from my community. I self-affiliate sort of as a technical community. And I've been working on internet protocols and protocol development, and I'm very interested in security and privacy. And the myth that I would like to the common myth that I hear a lot is nerd harder. That we can just create solutions to the real problems that we have in society around privacy, making sure that everybody is safe and secure, that we have the mechanisms to provide that safety and security across, society. And what we hear a lot is that, if policymakers just set the requirements, then the engineers can sort out solutions to these problems. And I think, and there's an expectation that can be done on a clock. And I think that's the wrong idea. I think that is the myth. I do not think that some of these problems that need engineering are inherently impossible to solve. Well, some of them might, but I think there might be solutions on the far horizon. But the fact is that any solution in the engineering space is inherently difficult. You need to deploy solutions in what we call a zero trust environment. There are hostile actors on a global scale. And if you develop something that might work in what we call the like-minded countries, so to speak, it might not work in a country where human rights are violated. And in encryption, that is particularly difficult because it's in encryption where usually time is a proof of merit. Just as a recent example, there is people are trying to create solutions for post-quantum crypto. So you have all these quantum computers that can break current encryption methodologies that is expected, and people are working on encryption technology that will work when that new quantum technology is introduced. So there are people that really think deep about this are designing protocols and solutions. And what we see is that some of them don't basically pass the test of academic scrutiny. Recently, the Leuven University broke a late-stage candidate in a contest for these algorithms in 4 to 5 minutes. So it's hard. And it's not easy. You cannot just easily nerd your way out of these problems.
Great. Thanks so much, Olaf. I'm going to turn to Chantal now.
Hi everyone, Sheetal Kumar, Global Partners Digital. So I agree with what everyone said, and just kind of speaking from a position of having monitored and engaged on these issues for a number of years. Absolutely that point that I think Louisa made about encryption just being used by the bad guys is something we see a lot across in different countries. And that's the reason we see the sort of policy and legislative proposals that we do. Also, this exactly what Olaf just said about the solutions out there. You're just not trying hard enough. Is something we hear a lot as well. And so I'd add to that that we often also I feel here. As a result of an assumption that is incorrect, and it is this, that people who care about privacy and security don't care about people who are harmed by those who use the internet in a way that is harmful. That's not true. We do care. In fact, we care so much that we don't want it to become weaker and more people to be harmed. So I think that that's an unfortunate dichotomy, which I think Louisa spoke to as well, that we need to disrupt, and we continue to try and do that by having a more evidence-based discussion that's more nuanced. As you said, Mallory, it is becoming more so, which is hopeful, I think, in some ways. Thanks.
Yeah, thanks, Chantal. It happens a lot. Raphael, come on in.
Yeah, hi, my name is Raphael Robert. I've been working in the secure and private messaging space for the past 10 years. I've been involved with designing a protocol for end-to-end encryption. I've also been the head of security of a secure messenger, so I've been exposed quite a bit to various debates and also myths. And I think I absolutely want to second what Olaf said earlier. There's this myth that you can just nerd harder, and that vendors of messengers are being a bit unreasonable, for not trying harder, and that in a short period of time we should actually be able to solve all of these problems. And I want actually to make the scope a little bit bigger, because oftentimes you see that governments demand access to messages, access to the content in order to fight crime. But the same governments also are very concerned about their own communication within the government, first and foremost within the military, of course, but also extend that concern to key industries, because industrial espionage is a reality. And so there is no debate about whether encryption is good or not in that particular sector. Everybody agrees that that is important, but the myth is that you can weaken encryption for users, for consumers, and that it will have no effect on the protection of data in the business space. Because the reality is that these days things are very interconnected. People use WhatsApp for business communication, for example. So if you want to weaken that sector, that will have an impact as well on something that governments actually try to protect.
Thanks so much. And okay, good. For some reason, your video disappeared from our purview, but I think now I'm turning it over to our final panelist, Elena.
Yeah. Hi, I'm Elena. I am a computer scientist, and I have been a member with the Chaos Computer Club. For who might not know the Chaos Computer Club, we are like the biggest hacker community in Europe, mostly famous for analyzing state malware in Germany and also fighting for privacy. And there has been a lot being said about encryption, and I like to point out to two things. Though firstly, it really fits well with the narrative of Nerd Harder, is using technology as an answer to really complex social problems without dealing with the root cause of those problems. And the strict belief that there is a way to scan content in encrypted communication without weakening or breaking encryption, which we see a lot. And if you don't know a lot of encryption, about encryption, then you might come to the conclusion that solutions that are developed at the moment, like, for example, client-side scanning, are a privacy-preserving solution. And I always like to point out to people that encryption is a rather binary thing. Either you have it or you won't have it. And even though we have technologies that might not directly break encryption, they will break the whole idea of end-to-end encrypted communication.
Thank you so much for bringing in all of these myths and points. I wanted to share mine too, really briefly, which is I hear a lot, and none of you said it so far, which is that the internet is going dark. That's a myth. It's like a phrase we hear a lot. And I think it's a myth because if we think about our previous lives before we were all doing every single thing online, we did have a great amount of confidentiality. You could take a walk down the street and have a conversation with your friend, and we're pretty confident that nobody was really listening in. And when we take all of our social interactions and all of our personal business and actual professional lives on the internet, there is always this chance that someone's listening to you. And I think that trying to prevent that listening is not going dark. It's just, trying to mitigate the risk of being connected in every single way all the time. We have a second question for every panelist, so we'll go in the same order if you don't mind. And this one is, so now that we've sort of established your region, where you work, what's brought you to this debate, I think folks in the room that have come to this open forum would really benefit from your take on the value that the Global Encryption Coalition has brought to you in this political moment. Within that, you could talk about, your relationship to the Global Encryption Coalition, if you're a member, if you're a technical advisor, and maybe an example, if you have any wins or losses or current raging debates in your region that the Global Encryption Coalition is helping you to lift up. So we'll start again from the top, but you all know your order now. So Radhika, why don't you go ahead?
Hi again. So I believe that free speech is married to encryption. Like, you can't think of one without the another in this internet age. What GEC has done for us is SFLC. We're a 15-member small civil society in India in a sector of 200 people. And every country in the world is hell-bent on breaking encryption, and so is the Indian government. And we believe that research and litigation helps a lot in doing that. So what GEC has done for us is that we recently did a report on encryption, and GEC really helped us with interviews, with understanding. It simplified a lot of understandings for us. It spread the word about the report. We also worked with Global Partners Digital on a project on encryption. We did some trainings, and overall it's just a beautiful network to be a part of, with great people who who would answer your stupidest questions with great kindness, and make you understand why encryption is so important.
Okay, great. I said I wasn't going to do this every time now again, sorry, but I'm back on the mic. So Louisa, go ahead.
Okay. So first of all, I also think what Atika said is very important. I mean, the power of networking and cooperation. I think we need cooperation more than ever in our current moment. And the Global Encryption Coalition gives it to us. So the opportunity to dialogue like we are doing right now and think about the challenges we face in different countries, in different fields of knowledge. This is very important. Hearing everybody talking about the Nerd Harder, something that we very often say is that, okay, maybe we can work in a technology solution to a problem, but should we have this solution? They are different things, and we have to address complex problems in a complex way. And for instance, in Brazil, the Global Encryption Coalition has helped us, for example, pushing back a traceability initiative that was going on. I mean, this going dark narrative, as Melody pointed out, is very present in the country, but a specific traceability rule that was going on in the past years was successfully down in a bill proposal, also with the support of the international network that the Global Encryption Coalition helps us to have. I'm right now a member, a friend of the coalition, and I keep being part of it as an individual because, as Chital pointed out, I care very much for privacy and safety.
Yeah, so Mallory, you don't have to hand the mic. I know the order now. So yeah, the global coalition. We were at the forming moments of the global coalition as a steering partner member. Personally, what I find so interesting about the coalition is that it allows us to sing in harmony. There are multiple organizations around the world that care about encryption, and we don't have to all sing the same song in unison, but our voice, our collective voice, becomes stronger when we sing in harmony. This is a metaphor that I borrowed from my boss. Actually, I like it very much. And why is that important? I think it is important that we collectively know of each other's efforts, because also on the side where people are pushing for the breaking of encryption and the entering of the material, there is a lot of collaboration, international collaboration. And so, in that sense, the global coalition fills a void in collaboration and bringing together parties that actually care about encryption, human rights, and the safety and security of everybody who uses the internet.
Thanks. So, as a member, a steering committee member, I think what I've seen the Global Encryption Coalition provide value in has already been spoken to, which is great. But also, I think it's very, very helpful to learn from each other. I think, as someone mentioned, some of the issues that we're facing, although they're very complex problems that require complex solutions, we keep seeing attempts to apply simple solutions, and it's those solutions would break encryption, and so whether it's traceability requirements or client-side scanning, whatever it is, there are common trends. And so what's really helpful, I think, about the coalition is that it builds trust and understanding between members who can then share information and expertise and knowledge with each other to help strengthen responses to these common proposals that we're seeing everywhere around the world, which are of course, a little bit different in each context, but which ultimately are often trying to do the same thing. So that learning, I think, is really important.
Yeah, I can really only second what's been said already. Sharing information is crucially important here, and it appears that debates are very different in different geographies, but then as you start comparing notes, you realize that there's actually a common ground, and it's just a different facet of the same problem that is being discussed. Yeah, what I like about the coalition is that it also helps navigates subjects that are increasingly more difficult to talk about. So 5 to 10 years ago, attempts to weaken encryption were sort of justified by a threat of terrorism, at least in Western countries. And that's a tough subject for companies to talk about. Nobody wants to be associated with that. It's complicated PR-wise to, to talk to the press, for example, if you're not trained, particularly in that field. So for technologists, it's very, very complicated to say anything if confronted with essentially accusations of doing the wrong thing and enabling terrorism or whatever. These days, it's it's even more complicated. The debate has shifted a bit from terrorism to child abuse, which as a subject is even harder to position yourself. Really, nobody wants to be associated with that. So this is also why the Global Encryption Coalition is a good thing to have, simply to have it as a resource for language that you can use in that context to address these really gnarly questions and situations.
Yeah, I can only second to that. And as the CCC is not a member of the Global Encryption Coalition, I can only report on what we are dealing now with, and a lot of the Global Encryption Coalition members are also signed the letter. As Raphael mentioned before, we are now dealing with the whole topic around child sexual abuse and child sexual abuse material in particular. And we have this new draft regulation coming out in Europe to fight child sexual abuse in general, but it's highly focused on the technical aspect of that, not only dealing with scanning of encrypted communication, but also blocking, which we all know is tricky. And for most of the cases, it leads to overblocking. So what we already have seen that is strong coalition building is really, really important, especially in those issues, and having also different areas of expertise and different views of the problem from both big companies as well as from civil societies, but also people that work with survivors of sexual violence. There's also part of that, so raising awareness in other bubbles for the topic of encryption and getting them to join this whole coalition is a really important part, because to solve this complex problems we are dealing with, as they are so complex in so many fields, that also takes a lot of experts from different fields of expertise to do that. And this is, I think, the most important part of coalition building, to fight those regulations trying to undermine encrypted communication in several areas.
Yeah, thanks, everyone. I think one thing I wanted to pick up on, because what I really value about this coalition is, as Radhika said, countries are hell-bent on breaking encryption, but I would take actually a kinder, maybe I'm being too kind here, but I do think that it's just a function of pervasive tech solutionism. Encryption is considered both a problem and it is now also the solution. And I think policymakers and other public advocates sometimes, if it's child protection groups or so on, just feel that there should be a solution, and so they want tech to help solve it. And I don't think that that sentiment is going away anytime soon. I mean, we've obviously been talking about this for some time. I don't expect that we're going to stop talking about it anytime soon. And so one of the values of the Global Encryption Coalition to me is that it gives us a bit of stamina because we're working together. So this can be a little exhausting to continue talking about year after year to different companies countries, sometimes companies and groups about the same thing over and over again. But as we're doing it sort of collectively and globally, it infuses a bit more energy, and we can help each other out with that. We have now time for questions and answers. And if you don't all have questions and answers, I have a whole list of things that I would love to ask all of these really smart people we've brought together. But I suspect that you do. So you've got tons of experts in the room. Ask anything you'd like, and I think we'd be happy to respond. So I'll leave it open to the floor. And also monitor you online as well. Not monitor you online. I will look in the chat to see if you have your hand up.
Mallory.
Go ahead, yeah.
May I? Yeah, because just something that I realized. Often in the circle of the IGF, we are talking about the multi-stakeholder model of governance. And I think that one of the ways that we could consider the global coalition is to actually make this discussion about encryption more stakeholder driven. It is a entity, a coalition where stakeholders that have a stake in this in this debate can come together and be part of the debate. So just in the spirit of the IGF, I thought that was a good addition.
Thank you for that. Anyone else? Please just, you can raise your hand, step up to the mic. Yeah, welcome.
Hello, my name is Hossein Kabi. I'm from Tunisia. I'm currently working within GIZ Tunisia and on the matter of cybersecurity, but as well I'm a member of steering committee of ISOC Tunisia. So for my part, encryption. We were enthusiastic at first when we were joining crypto parties initiative, and it was really interesting back then. But what I'm observing also something that you already all of you tend to admit. It's like we are in awakening area of encryption. Or let's say encryption is for the VIP. So my question here for all of you, what kind of future, from your perspective, are we looking at, and from this perspective, and if you have sustainable or let's say scalable or maybe scalable idea to maybe democratize again encryption. So the floor is yours.
Does anyone want to come in on that in response?
I can go. Yeah, well, thank you for that question and those reflections. So I think we are looking at, there's a lot is actually out of the hands of policymakers when it comes to this issue, and that's probably why we're seeing the legislation that we're seeing. It's partly a lack of understanding, but it's also, an attempt to force something on those who actually provide the products and services that are encrypted, where companies and others who build and design what we use can just keep encrypting and providing strong security, and I'm sure that they will continue to do so. But at the same time, as they do, policymakers will continue to try and push for that to be broken. I think as a result of that lack of understanding, but also a lack of inclusive and evidence-based discussions about what the issues are, and other alternative solutions that are actually proportionate, or as I said, evidence-based, that do not undermine the security of every user. So I think we're going to kind of continue to see that, unfortunately. I think in terms of democratizing encryption, and perhaps Mallory, you can speak a bit more to this, one thing that we have been trying to do at the Global Encryption Coalition a bit more is tell the stories of, like the real stories of those people. I mean, it's pretty much everyone, but some people are more vulnerable or impacted differentially as a result of weakened encryption. And tell the stories of those who benefit, use, and even require it to maintain their most basic security. And so we've been collecting stories, basically. So story-led change, I think, can be very powerful. And so we've been trying to do that more and encouraging that, so that this is not so much an abstract issue, but one where we are telling that side of the discussion in terms of how it impacts people. So I don't know whether you want to touch on that.
Well, no, I was just going to say also, ISOC has done a great job for the last Global Encryption Day. So I'm invoking you again, Olaf, to maybe bring in some stories that have been told. Again, because part of the point is to reach out to, end users, real people, and to make the case that, yeah, this is something that everybody uses, actually, something everybody should be using, something that more and more services should be providing. That is some advocacy that we do actually to companies, is asking them to, do strong encryption as much as possible. So yeah, that would be good. But yeah, more questions.
Yeah, you're invoking me. So
Yeah,
what we did during the last encryption day is actually create a couple of those stories, small movies of people in vulnerable communities, telling them, allowing to tell them their story about what encryption means to me, and I think those are all very touching illustrations of why something which is inherently very technical is actually making lives better. I will dig up a few of those movies and post them in the chat.
That's awesome. Great. Thank you. Other questions from the floor? Yeah, please go ahead.
Hi, I'm Masayuki from Japan. My day job is a university professor, but I personally developing some censorship circumvention software called I2P, or some TOR-related softwares. And related to the past commentators, I think we really need some strong narrative or propaganda, I should say, because I think there is a really strong negative image on encryption, especially in the arena of popular culture. I saw lots of US TV drama, and I saw several times that like Tor or dark web is mentioned very negatively, or even our I2P is mentioned in the drama called Netflix drama called House of Cards. So I don't know how to do it, but maybe we can provide information or something to the creators of comics or dramas or movies. In movies, and they can use positive image of encryption in popular culture. Thank you.
I think that was a great suggestion. I see a lot of people nodding and also laughing that you have this great badge of honor that House of Cards invoked your protocol. That's cool. Anyone else? Yeah, please.
Hello, this is Mia Kühlewind. I'm the chair of the Internet Architecture Board in the IETF. And I would like to comment on this myth that you brought up about the Internet goes dark. And if you phrase it another way, it's kind of, you're taking away information from us. And I actually feel that we're doing the opposite. We're giving the information back to the people who own the information, right? The user is owning this information, and encryption gives them control what to do with this information and who to share it with or not to share it with. And that's really important. And and also like this idea about taking away information is also kind of ill-informed, because there was always a way to take away information. It was always easy to use a VPN or to use kind of encryption on a higher layer or whatever. So those people who know how to hide their information, they could always hide it. It's just like now we're protecting everybody to have control about their information.
Yeah, absolutely. Such an important point about raising the bar, right? With some of these tools, it will always sort of still be the case that folks who want to stay hidden will be so, but it is the rest of us, the rest of the the rest of the population that will then not have access to this by default, right? So that's really great. Others want to come in? If not, I can go through my list of other questions. Okay, I shall do. So I wondered if we could talk more about some of the, maybe folks would be interested to know about some of the other debates that have happened in the recent past that we haven't yet invoked. So this would probably require those of us that have been really following the issues closely and try to distribute that amongst the panelists as much as possible. But for example, there have been changes at the policy level in Turkey recently, in the last month or so. Australia, a few years back, actually, they have a pretty radical anti-encryption law. Bangladesh, in the same way as India and Brazil, have a traceability law. We've seen policy threats that were unsuccessful in the last couple of years from Germany and Belgium. And so I wondered if anybody wanted to speak to those and give folks in the audience like a little bit more context for what exactly happened and how either those laws are in effect and their negative effects, or how we were able to sort of overcome those unfortunate proposals.
Mallory, as you mentioned Brazil, I think I will jump in just to give some background. So we could overcome the traceability proposed. I think it was a big victory for human rights in Brazil, especially in a context that we lived in the past years with, for example, the government openly stating like they were watching opponents or bloggers or activists because they were considered a kind of national danger or something like that. So it was very important to fight back this traceability proposal. Of course, we still have proposals or these kind of ideas coming and going, but in fact, that one that was like closer to be a rule was happily pushed back. But what I also wanted to point out is that in Brazil, we also lack this awareness around encryption that was mentioned. Like we should go also for TV shows. We should also talk about the benefits of it for the general public. And this is an effort that we try to make to show the general public, and by doing that, showing also policymakers or decision takers that encryption is important. And it is not just important as a baseline of security when we think about the technical field, but it's also for some part of the population or for some people also the lifeline. And I'm not exaggerating when I tell this. Think about women that suffer domestic violence and are in shelters, or people who are like under witness protection, or people who investigate corruption or narco or crimes that are organized in their countries, or people who denounce and wise blow very serious problems. Those people are not just in need of encryption or privacy or safety, their lives depend on encryption, on the safety and trust that encryption enables. So I think one of the things that we have to do is like when, and it was a famous quote of Michelle Obama, when they go lower, we go higher. And so I think what we need to do, especially in these countries that are flirting with threatening encryption, is to go higher and explain how important encryption is for people's lives.
Thank you, Louisa. Absolutely. Panelists, anybody else want to respond? Go ahead, Alina, please.
Yeah, I mean, we have like seen a lot of attacks on encrypted communication, as well as on German level, as on EU level, and always shaped under this once set narrative, security by and through encryption. And we have been able to fight that off. We are still fighting the whole complex around state malware. And this is really a big problem. What we are seeing, that a lot of tools are being created to undermine encryption, and there are also a lot of motivation to do so, because state and nation actors still buy those kind of software products. And another point I would like to make following up to Luisa, is I've been talking a lot to the problems of encryption and also the problems of breaking encryption with regulation to young people. And there's a really, really big lack of education. I can primarily talk from a German point of view, and I think this is something that also needs a lot of focus, is educating people not only on technical issues, which means like teaching kids how to code, but empower them to understand what stands behind that and what data protection and encryption would mean. And if you tell them, for example, that their chats with their peers will be exposed to their parents potentially, or they can be exposed to the police forces or else, then they tend to be really, really shocked, because they are so disillusioned that they're being monitored. And then when they start thinking about what encrypted communication really means, that they can't be monitored, then it really empowers them to also take action in terms of their own privacy and data protection. And I think this is something which is really important, especially as we are dealing with the, I would say, generation that only knows the internet with social media in it, that they have the power to change that, and that they have the power to have privacy, and that they have a right to privacy. But for that, they really need to understand the value of that, and that there are ways to use those technologies in their advance.
Others want to come in? Any other questions from the floor? Maybe things that have been raised? We have about 5 minutes left in the session, so we can also move just to closing remarks or observations from folks. Sometimes in the past at the IGF, talking about these things gets a little bit more of a debate going. I don't know if people are feeling shy about it. That would be fine. Yeah, go ahead.
Hey, my name is Raul Plummer from the Electronic Frontier Finland, and I just had a look at your website and saw that you have quite a list of members there, and was wondering what do we need to do to become one? I didn't see, like, I just really quickly scanned it, but didn't see like a statement that we have to stand behind.
There is a statement. Sorry if it's not clear, but we can share it with you. It's essentially that you agree with a short paragraph, a founding statement that simply says that you agree with strong encryption and for defending it. And I think that's pretty much it. And then there's a form to fill out, and then we would get back to you on that. Very happy to chat to anyone about that. It's maybe not the most user-friendly website, I'm not sure, but certainly we need to make sure that's clearer. But there is a very short founding statement. Yes.
That must have
It's
been
very
just it,
simple.
that it
Just
was so
click on the
short.
join button. Yep.
Yeah, I don't know if it's still here anymore. I'm just looking at it. Oh dear. Okay, well, maybe we change that. Don't know. I think we do have one.
Yeah. And I would just say also, since you asked about membership, for folks who are wondering, we have organizational members. We also have individual members that are technical experts. So there are some folks who maybe work for companies or for universities or in other ways have affiliations that wouldn't join as an organization, but rather they come and are with us because they see things, they see threats from their perspective, or they can offer advice and critical debate when there are things to push back on. For example, like there are quite a few technical nuances now to some of these policies, right? There's a lot of work on the back end. It's not just about writing a letter to a government because they've proposed a bad law. There's actually a lot of advocacy involved in talking to some policymakers to help them understand why maybe that policy isn't going to work the way they think it's going to work, et cetera, et cetera. And that does actually require some technical skill, but also the ability to explain like high technical concepts in a direct way. So we appreciate those sorts of perspectives as well for folks interested in that. And then we do also have members that are companies. We focus specifically on small companies, small and medium-sized companies. We don't have really large tech companies as members, although they can sometimes be close partners in this because they also obviously are scanning the landscape for the same things. But the reason why we focus on small and medium companies is because a lot of these policies are going to negatively affect them. A lot of the policies about breaking encryption or creating exceptions to it, et cetera, create a very high bar, sometimes technically so that even if the really large companies could, quote, nerd harder and come up with a really complicated solution, smaller companies aren't going to be able to do that. So it really puts them at a greater disadvantage. Oh, great, please.
Yes, sorry, my name is Josephat. I'm from Namibia. I've been listening very much closely to all the different engagement and discussion. I'm particularly interested also on issues of community network, and the world has actually been revolving and evolving. I'll give you an example. I have a grandmom at home, live in a rural area, and I needed to get her connected, so I got her a smartphone. And now she's sending me pictures of goats and cows and everything at the village, and all of these things, which is of course is good. I just wanted to find out and maybe inquire, like in simple terms or in a simplest way, how do I capacitate somebody who is at that level of media literacy or technology literacy on the importance of encryption and why it's important to her, because now she's sending pictures left, right, and center and videos and everything. And so when you're talking about issues of security and data and encryption, how do I then be able to capacitate people of that landscape or that region? Thank you.
I'll answer that. I would say that it's not very easy, right? It's when we have little children, you have to it takes a little time for them to get a grasp of something, but when they do, it happens, right? So one thing that we did, and that's worked well for us, is that we tried capacitating a lot of marginalized women with tools of encryption, right? The first thing is that you teach them in the language that they understand. The second thing is you dumb it down. Like, you talk to them, not at them, right? So you have to constantly ask them what they understand, what they don't understand. And it's also a lot about making them understand that importance. As I was talking about the scams, right? If you don't protect your privacy, then you will get like a lot of scam calls. You will get people trying to do phishing for you. And I'm sure that even in the case of your grandma or somebody, she must know somebody who's fallen a prey to a scam, right? So you have to relate it back to that, to very lived world examples, which they will be able to relate to. Because as I said, like if you use the term encryption, it'll go here. But if you actually like tell them about scams, about privacy, about WhatsApp, how to use WhatsApp, I think it'll go. And it's very easy to shift from one messaging app to another, right? Signal is not that hard to use. So just telling them that, hey, use this better app, give them incentives to use it, show them features like cool stickers or something, which these days all apps have, right? Just see what works for them and then tell them that this works better here.
If I can jump in, because I have personal experience on that, Josephat, as well, and I also received many pictures of cows and some things in the village back in Brazil. I think it's important also to talk about things that they already know. Like your grandma, as mine, probably doesn't want people to see whatever happens inside her own house in some moments. So this is also a notion of privacy. And then we use this that is already on their minds, and they have already ideas about it, not to talk at them, as Fatika just said, but to talk to them. And I wish you the best of luck because we can be successful on it.
Thanks. Go ahead, Olaf, and then we're going to just wrap up. Yes, please.
Yeah, I'm going to keep this very short. First, I have behind me the founding statement that we were just talking about. But what on this particular point, I think it is indeed important to talk about privacy with the people that are engaging in communication on the internet. However, I also think that by default, the tools that we use on the internet should be private, and users should not have to think about the fact that they're using private information, privacy-sensitive tools. That should just be the default, and I think that as an industry and as a community, we have to work on making sure that those tools are offered and are in fact the default.
Thanks for that, Olaf. And yes, so please go to our website and learn more. I think that the overall mission of making sure that strong encryption is ubiquitous everywhere, that more and more people are using it, is a really important one for human rights. And so thanks for joining us at the UN's Internet Governance Forum to talk about that. Thanks, everyone. Have a good rest of your event.
Is it working? Right. And to switch it off. please take a seat around the table. There are enough places. Please be closer. Dear participants, welcome to most likely the last session today before the closing of the IGF forum. So it's an open forum on data, and the title of this session is Data's New Gold, How to Avoid Gold Rush and Create Value for All. My name is Gražas Jakubauskas. I'm from European Commission, Director General on International Partnerships, DG ENTPA, and I will start with a very short introduction of our panel, both on site and online. We'll have some 30-40 minutes with our speakers and some 20 minutes for your questions, if any, I hope. So let me very quickly introduce the main focus of our session today.
So the session is on data and its benefits to society, and how could we benefit from the data at the same time retaining the human-centric approach, mitigating relating risks, and succeeding in closing the digital gaps and digital divide. So let me now present to you all the speakers of the today's conference. Some of them would be visible only, then we switch on later on the online regime. So I would start from my right hand side. So Mrs. Chloe Tivan, she's head of digital economy and governance at ECDPM. On my left hand side, Mrs. Brigitte Andere from Access Now, Africa Policy Analyst, and close to her is Mr. Johannes Vander. He's Policy Advisor on Digital Development and Innovation at GIZ to African Union Commission, so local, so to say. And we have 3 online speakers today as well. PhD Marek Havda, Deputy Minister of European Affairs from Czech Presidency, from Czechia. Then Mr. Alberto Di Felice, who is Director for Infrastructure, Privacy and Security at Digital Europe. He will be joining us also online. And Mrs. Maria Rosaria Codutti. She's Policy Advisor for Data Policy and Innovation, also from European Commission, from DG Connect, from Director General on Communications. So let me very quickly start with the first speaker. So I would like to pass the floor now, switch on to online regime, where the Vice Minister of Czech Republic of Czechia on European Affairs. Do we have Marek Havda with us? Vice Minister, do you hear us? It seems that we have some technical problems. Oh yes, we see Vice Minister, but we can't hear you. You are muted. Can you say something now? It seems that we have some technical problems. Okay, let me then start with another speaker. I will briefly present him, because I don't see also the representative of the European Commission joining us, but I hope that we will manage to get her later. So let me briefly present the first speaker, who is Alberto Di Felice, Director for Infrastructure, Privacy and Security Policy from Digital Europe. And Digital Europe is Europe's leading trade association for digital and digitizing industries. Its members are 41 national trade associations from across Europe, as well as 100 direct corporate members, overall representative over 45,000 companies of all sizes. Digital Europe has been heavily engaged in EU digital policy making, with data policy becoming the biggest priority for the association in recent years. And Alberto leads the association's team working on data, artificial intelligence, privacy and cybersecurity, among others. He has extensive experience in digital policy areas critical to our discussion, including telecoms, infrastructure, and data protection. So we're happy to have you today with us, Alberto, and I will start with a few questions for you. So first of all, I would like you to elaborate a bit on digital transition and data economy, how to ensure that no one is left behind, and another topic which is very, very important is regulation versus enforcement, margins for improvement. What is your perspective representing the private sector here? So please, the floor is yours.
Agra, I hope you guys can hear me as well as see me. It's a pleasure to be here. As you said, Digital Europe is a big trade association, one of the interesting things about us is that we cover quite a lot of different sizes in terms of the companies that we represent. We have companies from across the digital value chain, companies big and small. And we're in the middle of not only developing the digital transformation of our economies and societies. In the past few years, we've had terrific change in the association that's reflected the broader change in how digital has shaped the economy. So we've gone from a trade association that was an association of traditional ICT players to an association that now has engulfed, if you will, as digital has other digitizing sectors such as transportation, healthcare, construction, and the like. So with companies, again, big and small, that have been joining our association and working on all sorts of policy issues, obviously predominantly at European level because we are Brussels-based, but also globally. Obviously, one of the interesting things being Brussels-based is that we are very much at the forefront of understanding how the evolution of business digitizing globally in various geographies can be met by the evolution of policymaking that relates to the economy broadly and to digital. And one of the central aspects of this has been data and regulating data to make sure precisely that a number of essential public goals are met. So not only that we have a functioning economy, a growing digital economy, but also that this bigger digital pie is served across the full spectrum of interests in the economy and society. So again, companies big and small, so that we don't have monopolies or oligopolies that benefit from the data economy, and we have a whole value chain that can benefit from what new business models and value data can bring in the economy. So this has been one of the central points of action for the particularly this new European Commission, and the data strategy of this commission has really been centered, I would say, around this central goal, which in Europe very much is part and parcel of discussions around sovereignty as well, and how data can protect if you will, the fundamental interests of our economies and societies. It's been a very interesting, and right now we're right in the middle of it. We're right in the middle of a lot of legislative proposals that pertain to data directly or indirectly. It is a very complex, if you will, set of developments, I would say. We've had particularly, I would like to draw everybody's attention clearly to the proposals that most people would be familiar with. So particularly, we've had a lot of focus on AI. AI is largely about data processing, largely about the new areas of software and how we regulate on these applications to make sure that we respect safety, fundamental rights. And there's been also separately quite a lot of proposals that revolve specifically around data sharing, making sure that there's more data sharing across sectors in the economy and across different players in the economy, notably the Data Act, as well as more vertical proposals such as the European Health Data Space that has focused specifically on creating and increasing the amount of health data in its various forms that's shared across the member states of the European Union. Why do I say that it's a fairly complex environment? Well, first of all, because it's a lot of proposals, and also in Europe we're starting from a place where we have quite a lot of regulation already in place. Everybody is familiar with the GDPR, and to go back to the title of this session, There's a lot of mentions of data being the new gold, and in this context, the General Data Protection Regulation. So how Europe protects the processing of personal data is considered the gold standard worldwide. But as someone has said, gold is great, but it also means that it's heavy, and so we obviously we need to understand how this amount of regulation, particularly if we have more of it, can also facilitate data sharing, in addition to providing rules that facilitate not only protection but also more possibilities for more players to benefit. And of course, I think right now, in addition to regulation that pertains specifically to data, there's we're in the middle of, if you will, a global crisis that we got ourselves into roughly 2 years ago. And this is obviously linked to the pandemic. And of course, we are also in the middle of war in Europe. And there's been an aspect that's very important in underlying all the efforts around data, which is connectivity and strengthening connectivity, both within Europe with the level of investments that we've had, sometimes complaining that we've been lagging behind other world region in stimulating private investment, but certainly there's been a lot of funds that have been spent in the context of both Europe's digital decade objectives, but also the recovery and resilience facility that we put in place given the COVID pandemic. And so clearly strengthening how this happens in Europe, but also building partnerships worldwide. And this is the discussion that has happened with the US in particular in the context of the Transatlantic Trade and Technology Council and the strengthening of joint initiatives globally built on the Global Gateway at European level and other equivalent US initiatives. Because connectivity is part and parcel of moving data around, making sure that different industry verticals as well as consumers and individual households are connected, and in making sure that we can have a solid global underpinning to all our efforts, because data is quintessential to all our respective geographies. And it's also important, again, in a global context, particularly one that's challenged right now, and possibly reverting back to some sort of local versions of digital data pools. It's very important that we keep those links on, so that we, certainly from an economic perspective, but also our societies can stay open and continue to benefit from global technologies. I'll stop there. Thanks.
Thank you, Alberto. Thank you for the comprehensive insights. Grazie molto. And now we move to next speaker, just not to lose the time. And we know that Vice Minister had some technical problems. We're still trying to get him, but yeah, let's move now with our next speaker. And let me present very briefly Maria Rosaria Coduti from European Commission, DG Connect. She's a policy officer at the Data and Innovation Unit, where she contributed to the elaboration of the data strategy and to the work on the Data Governance Act and the Data Act. She also coordinates the work on the Common European Data Spaces and cooperates on the implementation of data policies on the international scene. She holds a Master Cum Laude in International Relations, and she's expert of East Asian region political affairs. DG Connect is responsible of the definition and implementation of the European Union's digital and data policies. So please, Maria Rosaria, the floor is yours, and I would like you to reflect on two questions. And these questions would be the same for you and Vice Minister. And since Alberto already touched a bit on some of the European legislation, so you could just elaborate further on this. And of course, the very central data policy aspect of European Union is the human-centric approach. And what do you think? What is the role of the governments here from the Commission perspective? How you saw this process, and how to strike the right balance between making available more data for use and guaranteeing privacy and data protection at the same time. So please, Maria Rosaria, the floor is yours. 4 or 5 minutes, no more, please.
Hi everyone, and thank you for giving me the floor. I'm very happy to be contributing to this interesting discussion. And actually this is a key question, a key topic for also for the development of the European data policies and legislation. From our perspective, what is important is that data protection and data access, sharing and use should not be pitched as two elements that contradict each other, that opposite each other, because in our view, these are, on the contrary, these are two elements, two faces, we can say, of the same medal. In our data governance model that we have built in the data strategy, that we are putting in place in the legislative measures that we are implementing, like the Data Governance Act, the Data Act, our data governance model integrates data protection, we can say by default, in sense that we put when we drafted this new data legislation, we did it building on the protections already given by the General Data Protection Regulation, the e-Privacy Directive, and other EU legislation that are about data privacy and protection. And we complemented this legislation because you can't just protect data and impede the use of data, because if data is not accessed, shared and used, there's no value produced out of data in terms of a new product and services. So we create, let's say, a trustful environment, a trustful ecosystem where all the stakeholders that participate in it, that can be data subjects, data holder, data recipient, data reusers, all of them have to trust that if they access, share and use the data through this ecosystem, their rights and their fundamental rights will be respected. And as you mentioned, rightly said, the basis of our data governance model is a human-centric approach. It's the idea of putting the individual and also the businesses that contribute to produce the data at the center, empowering them in the sense of giving them control on deciding who can do what with the data that they contribute to produce, or data that are about them, and under which circumstances. And we have, at the European Commission, we have put this into the legislation, into the Data Act, that creates new data access and sharing and use rights, and that empowers users, for example, of IoT objects, that by individuals, by interacting, by using IoT objects, they produce valuable data that they need to have a say on that data. So it's the role of governments, and if I think at it by the perspective of the European institutions, is to make sure that the conditions for trustful and secure access, sharing and use of data are creating via the right policies, the right legislation, and also investing in technologies that allow the protection of privacy, even by default. Thank you.
Grazie molto, Maria Rosaria. Very, very clear, very comprehensive. And it seems that we have, we could now move to Vice Minister from Czechia. So we got him connected, and let me very briefly present Mr. Marek Havda, who is a PhD and Deputy Minister for European Affairs in Czechia. He contributes to coordination of the Czechia's positions on EU policies and the Czech's presidency of the Council of the EU in 2022 second semester. Marek has built expertise at the European Commission and Good AI, a private AI R&D startup, and think tanks. In his early career, Marek gained experience with global telecom and raw materials companies. Marek studied at the Warwick Business School, Lancaster University, Charles University, Georgetown University, and Johns Hopkins University. Marek states that the digital transformation based on a human-centric approach is among the main projects of the Czech presidency of the Council of the EU, and Marek has been contributing to global artificial intelligence ethics and governance initiatives, including UNESCO recommendations for ethics of artificial intelligence, OECD network of experts on AI, and IEEE ethically aligned design. So dear Vice Minister, we're very happy to have you here, and first of all, congratulations with very, very successful presidency so far. We know that you managed to reach general approach on AI Act and EID, so please, floor is yours.
Thank you very much, and thank you very much for organizing this important event, and thank you very much for having me in this very session. I would like to start a little bit broader on human-centric approach, because we've been discussing what human-centric approach is. And just a few weeks ago at the plenipotentiary of the ITU, the Czech Republic, on the behalf of the EU27, presented a joint policy statement on human-centric and human rights-based approach to technology. And this statement was already signed by some 57 countries. And I would like to a little bit share with you some background ideas which we had when we were developing this. What we understand by human-centric, actually. Human-centric for us means how we actually deal with unavoidable trade-offs when using the technology. And in dealing with these trade-offs, I think we need to take into account several criteria. We have identified 4 so far, but there are more when it comes concretely to the data. The first one is the respect and guarantee of privacy. So this is quite obvious. So privacy as one of the criteria when we are dealing with the trade-offs. Second one, understanding and being aware when we use the technology, and the technology is using data, that we understand the historic biases embedded in the data. Third is respect for the individual autonomy. So it has a lot to do with its manipulation, which would lead to provision of the data, which actually individuals don't want to provide voluntarily. And finally, there is the overall impact on human well-being at large. So understanding which data is needed for what purposes, and to what purposes it's actually going to be used, and what are the final impacts on well-being. Getting more concretely on data, I think we need to be really pragmatic and risk-based. It seems that certain attributes of the finability, especially, and reusability, are not so big threats in terms of these criteria which I just described. At the same time, of course, when it comes to combining data and assessing data together, there are much larger risks, and we need better checks and balances for this, and to make sure that, especially in case of combining different types of data, we do not actually jeopardize, for example, especially the criteria of privacy. Let me finish with a few words on digital divide. Having the human-centric approach to data should help us to bridge digital divides in different dimensions, from the economic to geographical. What is really crucial here is to understand what kind of data is actually available. So it comes to having a good description of the data sets which are available. So having a good and well-defined metadata. But the second and maybe even more important is to understand what are the data needs in given countries and given communities. And this, in my view, requires kind of a new approach in terms of the cooperation between the government, the businesses, and the civil society to actually define the data needs in the place. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, dear Vice Minister. I know that you have very, very busy agenda today, but if you have that possibility to stay with us for about 30 minutes, we'll be very happy to have you here. So, многократно вам дякую. Next speaker, and now we move to on-site panel. So let me start with another speaker from the panel here, Mrs. Bridget Anderer from Access Now, and Bridget is Africa Policy Analyst at Access Now. She previously worked at Access Now as Policy Fellow and Policy Associate. She is an advocate of the High Court of Kenya and a member of Chartered Institute of Arbitrators, and worked prior in the private sector, having trained as commercial litigator. Bridget holds an LLB from the University of Nairobi and a postgraduate from the Kenya School of Law. Access Now is an organization whose mission is to defend and extend the digital rights of users at risk. They also closely examine the intersection between data protection and other areas of their work. In her free time, you can find her either singing or reading with a cup of tea, and she's always willing to see a photograph of your pet. So, with that funny short introduction of Bridget and her hobbies. Please, Bridget, I would like to pass the floor to you and ask you also a few specific questions. So, first of all, what is your views on the same question, how to regulate, but also make sure that enforcement goes aligned. So what are the margins for improvement, and what is the perspective of civil society organizations in this case? So please, the floor is yours, Bridget.
Thank you. As you've heard, my work really concentrates on human rights around the region specifically, and our organization works around the world. So of course, for me, the human being is central. If you ask me to balance between the economy and society, I'll always speak society. But one cannot work without the other. As long as a model that is built does not benefit society, in the long run, it affects the economy negatively. And that is something that we have to be a bit more long-sighted about. Like, we cannot afford to be short-sighted when we're building models, because in the long run, it affects the economy, no matter how beneficial it seems in the beginning. I'm going to give an example. With the Huduma number in Kenya, I'm not sure if everyone here is conversant with that case, but what happened was that they rolled out a digital ID program in Kenya, and then people went to court and challenged it on data protection grounds because there was no data protection framework. And so, court ruled that this was illegal to roll out a program like that. And so eventually it had to go back to the drawing board, having wasted a lot of money, a lot of public funds, rolling out a program that did not depend on a model that would benefit the society. And so, again, we have to go back to the thinking that laws and infrastructures that are, policy related are supposed to serve us as human beings and not the other way around. We build laws that serve us in our context. And so importing laws and infrastructures from other places where it works for them without considering what our context is detrimental in the long run. So how then do we build models that benefit both economy and society? By building models that benefit society. And how do we do this? The first thing that needs to be done whenever considering any sort of model, any sort of framework, is to look at the human rights impact and what impact it's going to have on the end user, the person that is the most at the margins, the person that would be most affected. What would you think about when you think about this person? So human rights due diligence is extremely important, and taking things like this into consideration, like for, the example that I've used before this with the Huduma number, look at the people whose data will be collected and how it will be used. Who are the people that will be most at risk? And then make sure that you're protecting those people. That way you have an effective model, and you don't need to go back to it a year later, 2 years later, to fix something that should have never been a problem in the first place. Two, civic engagement and education. So with us, we have public participation, but it needs to be meaningful. Simply putting out legal requirements and announcing to the public that they need to come in and participate and provide comments, but not actually implementing these comments, will never help. And so we need to have public participation that is meaningful, making sure that we're engaging with the public constantly to make sure we know what they need, and making sure that we're listening to what the gaps are. In essence, build us models that are effective. So when it comes to regulation versus enforcement, I know that this is not necessarily just a regional problem for Africa. We've seen it all over the world, where we have really amazing laws and really amazing policy infrastructures, but then they're simply not working. Why? Because a lot of the time they feel very opt-in, opt-out. We have data protection laws all around the region where my work is primarily based in, which is Africa. And a lot of the time, you will find that these regulatory frameworks are really amazing. They've been formed really well. And then we have policies and regulations that are supposed to go along with them. Those take a really long time to formulate. So then these laws are existing in a vacuum without really any way to ensure that they're working, without any guidance as to how they should work. Other than that, there is a fact that with these laws, as it often is, most of them do not govern absolute rights. And so there's always an easy out. And that's what I'm talking about, it seeming like an opt-out, opt-in mechanism for governments and for authorities, where they can simply use a justification like national security. And just like that, they've done away with someone's data protection rights, with your privacy rights, because it's limitable. And now it's legal because the law is vague and not specific enough to ensure that there are certain standards that a justification needs to meet in order for a law to be limited, a right to be limited. We have, especially when it comes to interoperability, for instance, we have a data protection framework in Kenya that has all these amazing data protection principles, such as limitation and minimization, but no one really pays attention to that. And then there's no transparency to add on to these things. And so we find ourselves constantly with really good laws, but with really bad implementation. And who does that help? Nobody really. And so at the end of the day, we have to make sure that people are educated on what their rights are, and make sure that we have easy intervention mechanisms to ensure that people can very easily come and say, my rights are being infringed, and this is what I need. Engaging the society that the laws govern is at the center of making sure that we have good laws and good models, and at the same time ensuring that enforcement is possible in the right way.
Thank you very much, Bridget, and thank you for those insights. Now on Africa continent, we started with Europe and we move along also most likely in more global perspective with the next speaker. So let me very briefly present next speaker, Mrs. Chloe Tivan. And Chloe is the head of digital economy and governance at think tank called ECDPM, which is European Center for Development and Policy Management, if that's right. Chloe is also a non-resident scholar with the North Africa Sahel program at the Middle East Institute in Washington, D.C. Prior joining ECDPM, she worked as an independent consultant on a number of research projects in North Africa. She also worked at European Council on Foreign Relations, ECFR, in London, and spent 2 years living and working in Cairo. Egypt. ECDPM is closely following the evolution of digital in EU external action, including in a new paper, Global Gateway, and the EU as a digital actor in Africa. Released very recently, right, November 30th, if I'm not mistaken. As part of ECDPM's work on Africa as a global actor, ECDPM has argued that Africa needs to play a more active role in shaping the global discourse on internet and data governance to avoid becoming a pawn of digital geopolitics. And Chloe co-edited an open access book with Routledge, Africa, Europe, Cooperation and Digital Transformation that includes case studies looking at data policy in Kenya and South Africa. And some more interesting facts or funny facts. Chloe grew up in a rural island. There is still no reliable fixed broadband connection, although she believes fiber broadband is finally on its way in the next 2 years. So please, Chloe, the same question as to Bridget. Now the floor is yours.
Hello. Thank you, Gran. Thank you for the invitation to speak. I'm honoured to be here and with the other distinguished panelists. So maybe to follow up also on what Bridget was saying just before, I think context is very important. And I think if we go back to GDPR, which is maybe the most established of the European regulations in this area around data, it is very important that was developed in a European context that included a multi-stakeholder approach and allowed for the input of European civil society and responds to that context. It's not without its critiques, however, and one of the major issues actually that has been brought to light this year is this question of enforcement and the fact that even within Europe it is not actually being very effectively enforced. And this is a major issue as GDPR becomes a model or has become a model for the development of data protection regulation around the world. And as Bridget mentioned, there are a lot of adaptations to this as well in different contexts. So it's not also, whilst it becomes a model, it's not necessarily either adhered to in the same way in different contexts. But perhaps just to come back to the point about enforcement in Europe, so there is actually quite a big issue in the fact that most of the, or a huge number of the complaints go through one small country, which is my homeland, Ireland, which is home to the EMEA headquarters for Facebook and Google and many other major companies. And this has implications for the whole of the EU, but also for data protection commissioners here in Africa who need to go through Ireland in order to deal with some of the complaints against these companies. So these are big questions in terms of the fact that the way that the current global system is also set up, and the fact that within Europe we have, it's still, the complaints are still on a national basis. And the Irish Data Commissioner has been accused of being too weak, too business friendly, too slow. And it is civil society in Europe that is really holding, holding the data commissioners to account, and really pushing, particularly the Irish, to do much, much better in this area. And if there are improvements, that is because civil society have been very, very actively engaged and have been bringing countless cases against particularly the Irish, but also across the EU. And the famous Max Schrems has been very, very much at the center of this with his organization NOIB, but there are Access Now, I know, is very, very much involved as well on the European side. And this was the focus also of a major conference this year with data commissioners, data protection commissioners from across the EU, who are discussing how can they improve this process. And part of that was the fact that they were open to listening to civil society as well, and that they invited those voices into the room to give their critiques. So I think that's a very important element, is that multi-stakeholderism has been part of the process from the beginning in Europe and should continue. And if the enforcement improves, that is because civil society is constantly holding government accountable. So that's a very important thing also to note when it comes to the development and the enforcement of these kinds of regulations in other contexts. That having that active civil society participation is really essential, and that means also adapting to the context that you're in and bringing those voices into the room. There are also a host of other issues around enforcement in other contexts. That includes the fact that in certain contexts, there aren't even data protection commissioners in place to enforce the regulation. That when there are data protection commissioners, they don't necessarily have the resources they need. They don't necessarily have the independence that they need. And then there are questions about whether big tech takes, if, even in the EU, they're not always taking government seriously, and they're pushing the limits even within the EU context. It's much, much harder for a small African government or for another smaller government in another context to hold these companies to account. So those are just a few points in terms of some of the issues with enforcement that really have to be kept in mind when we talk about the externalization of GDPR and this being a gold standard for data protection regulation around the world. And I think that is being taken into consideration in some of the thinking moving forward, and certainly in the EU's development cooperation, but it's really important that it is front and center in all contexts, and that really means having civil society on board also. Thanks.
Thanks a lot, Chloe, for all these very practical examples of the enforcement and sometimes of the enforcement failure. And let me thank you in Irish language. Guruma Agut. I hope you understood me. It's, I would say, one of the most difficult languages we have in Europe, but this is the beauty of our continent. Let me now quickly move to our last speaker, and then we have some time for questions from the audience and online. So let me present Mr. Johannes Wander, who is a policy advisor to the African Union Commission with GIZ. His background is in political science and economics, Master of Science in Peace and Conflict Studies. Previously, Johannes worked as policy advisor to the German Development Ministry and the Egyptian Innovation Strategy. A few facts on GIZ. GIZ has a long-standing relationship supporting the African Union Commission on a variety of topics ranging from peace and conflicts to human rights. In 2020, Germany started to also support the African Union Commission in their development of digital policies, resulting in the African Union Data Policy Framework and the African Union Interoperability Framework for Digital ID, endorsed by the African Union Summit in 2022. Johannes presents himself as an IGF evangelist since 2017. He likes growing tomatoes, zucchinis and various herbs in his garden here in Addis Ababa in Ethiopia. So last question to you. So let's move now to very concrete details and projects on the ground. So what do you think, what are the key challenges on regional level with the focus of course on Africa, how to act efficiently to close those digital gaps that we talked about, and what is the role of data policy to bridge the digital divide, ensure strong data protection and inclusive economic growth? And maybe you could give some case studies from African Union, European Union data flagship or other digital global gateway projects. So please, the floor is yours.
And I have 3 minutes, right? So, Honorable Vice Minister Gra, thank you very much. Dear panelists, Salam Nachu to everyone who turned out at this late hour, basically, on the last day of IGF. Yeah, where do I start? I mean, this is quite a lot, and I think the panelists have already addressed a lot of like the core issues, being lack of capacity, lack of resources, lack of enforcement. Obviously, my perspective is very much right now from the continental level, since I'm supporting the African Union on this. And it has been hinted already that like maybe GDPR is not exactly what is the solution for the African continent, which I agree with. But I think we also see that a rights-based approach is what many African countries are interested in, where there has been the move like towards more localization in several countries in the last few years, which, however, then tends to turn into like a very locked-in approach, and you cannot really leverage the benefits neither for the public nor for the economic side of the data economy. And obviously many African countries seek to tap into the potentials of a digital transformation, into the potentials of a data economy. So I'm very glad that the African Union was in the position to develop this data policy framework throughout the last years, and that had been endorsed in February this year, and that will move ahead with the implementation in the upcoming months. And I'm very glad that the European Commission is also supporting this endeavor by the AU. But I think this is exactly the way like things have to work, like that like African countries come together. That the Commission, the African Union Commission, is like in a leading role formulating such policies on the continental level, and then I think it is for Europe to then like support like the endeavor that is going forward. And I think the existing or the newly actually coming in Team Europe initiative is a great effort to do this. As a part of the digital global gateway, which I think many of you are already quite familiar, which is addressing the digital, also the energy and the infrastructure transition in many countries, not only African countries. But obviously harmonization is an issue, and we have to remember that in Africa and the African Union there are 55 member states, which is twice the amount of the European Union. And I mean, I guess the colleagues from the European Union Commission, they can tell us some stories about like how difficult it is to agree on something there. Yeah. Enforcement is an issue. I think it is something we will work on throughout the next 3 years. The plan is basically to align all the existing stakeholders that are active on the continent. You have the regional economic communities. You have agencies like AUDA-NEPAD, many might be aware of, which is supporting data protection authorities in the making already today. But to harmonize all of that and to really bring the data policy framework that was endorsed by the African Union already, to bring that alive, we will really have to work with all of these stakeholders. And eventually the aim is, of course, like to end up on the national level, on the communal level, and to find data governance solutions that work there. And that I think will be different from GDPR, for example, because GDPR is very individualistic in the way it is designed, and maybe that is not necessarily, I would assume, the way that African communities work and how Africa deals with these issues. At the same time, of course, we do not want to engrave existing injustice and power imbalances in the data again. So like coming back to the title of this session on gold, or data being addressed as oil, how do we ensure that data governance then also is just and is not just, again, you know, having one source of resources, but then other people do use these resources, sell these resources, and basically, earn on these resources. So how can actually the continent, the African continent, manage and use this for themselves without localizing in 55 countries? I think these are the challenges that we are looking for, and I think data policy has an important role to play there. countries like Kenya already have some legislation, but there are other countries that don't have any. So getting that into place, I think, would be the first step, and then the next one to also work on the enforcement, of course. So I'm getting looks from this side. I think my time is over. Thank you.
Yeah, Dankeschön, Johannes, for very good practical insights on the projects on the ground and the risks we face. So now let's move along with the question and answers. We still have some 10 minutes or so, and let me also present online moderator Francesco Vinci, who is also from DG INPA from European Commission. So he will check the online questions in the Zoom platform, if any. Or you can raise your hand here in the room. I think I saw this hand raised first. So please just very briefly introduce yourself and then whom the question is actually posed to.
Thank you very much. I'm Natalia Ospina from the Tony Blair Institute of Global Change. I'm very interested in getting the views of the panelists on the actual sharing of data across borders that we have been talking so much about today. So GDPR and most data protection laws only allow the sharing of data across borders when the receiving country has an adequate protection of personal data within their own laws and it's actually implemented. But for me, this sounds very interesting, but so far away from having any practical implementation in real life. The GDPR list of countries that have an adequate protection are no more than a handful. Now they have moved the burden to the private sector with the obligation of making transfer impact assessments before the actual transfer. And many countries in Africa and Latin America have made the same provision, obliging the data protection authorities to make this analysis before making the transfer. So how can we simplify this adequate protection evaluation to actually make data transfers a reality across borders? I don't know who to address this question. Perhaps Maria Rosario Coduti, but if anyone else from the panel can share their views, I would be very grateful. Thank you.
Thank you for the question. Maria Rosario, are you with us still?
Yes, I'm here. If you allow me, I will not go into the GDPR, but I will try to explain what we are doing on that regard in our legislation on personal and non-personal data. So I'm referring to the international provisions of the Data Governance Act and the Data Act that address the issues of cross-border data flows, also international, so between European member states and third countries. What we put in the Data Governance Act is a provision to ensure that the sensitive, publicly held non-personal data will be afforded the same level of protection in third countries as they enjoy in the European Union, and that non-personal data will not be subject to unlawful access requests from third countries. Our aim is to ensure that the protection afforded to such data in Europe actually travels with the data when it is transferred outside the European Union. So we have this adequacy-like regime based on implementing acts for non-personal data that we think will not create a bottleneck in international transfers, because as a general rule, transfers will be possible to any country if the users takes on the obligations set out in the proposal that now is a law, because the Data Governance Act entered the official journal last June. And if such contractual obligations will prove to be burdensome, for example, to the large volume of transfer for use occurring in relation to one country, adequacy-like decisions could streamline the procedure. So this adequacy-like regime only applies to sensitive public held non-personal data, not to all non-personal data flows. And the aim of the provision of Article 13 of the Data Governance Act is to prevent access requests from third countries' governmental authorities where the law does not provide for the same level of safeguards. Then we also have a provision on international data transfers in the proposal for a data act that we are negotiating with the Council and with the Parliament. So we extend the regime that we put in place in the Data Governance Act also to cloud service providers and customers. So it's like the rules that we have in this data legislation are similar to Schrems II, in the sense that their aim is to shield non-personal industrial data held in Europe from unlawful access and transfer requests coming from third country, but they are also a bit different from Schrems II in the sense that they impose requirements on cloud service providers active in Europe and apply mainly to governmental access requests. So this is the international provisions we are putting in the new data legislation to make sure that when European data travels abroad, also non-personal data, it is guaranteed the same level of protection that it is in Europe. So we do not create any kind of data localization measures, but we encourage the sharing of data by making sure that is used according to European laws and principles.
Thank you, Maria Rosaria, and maybe I could ask also Chloe to elaborate a bit on your question too.
Well, I imagine Bridget also knows a lot about this in the Kenyan context, but I just wanted to mention that in the book we've just published with Routledge, we have an essay by South African academics, Michael Gastro and Rachel Adams, who look at this question in the context of South Africa and the POPIA, which was actually developed on the basis of earlier European data protection regulation. And it took, it points to some of the issues in terms of this externalization question, because it took a certain amount of time for South Africa to actually develop that regulation. And by the time it had developed the POPIA, the EU had moved on to GDPR, and therefore South Africa was not actually granted adequacy. And they're still working now on figuring out how to attain that. So it's a question that is a really big one, I think, in those countries that adopt this kind of regulation.
Thank you, Chloe. And we had another question from this side, right? Yes, please go ahead, introduce yourself and the question.
Okay, thank you for giving me a chance. Technology without data is nothing. So that, considering data as a goal for the development of technology, there is point to consider there is a data management. Unless we manage our data, we couldn't able to journey with advanced technology. The second point is that since we manage or store our data properly, the data is for what purpose and when to use, and whom will going to use. Nowadays we are in the age of AI and cloud. Without data, we can't launch this technology. My question is that knowing this the data as a gold, the value of data, how to manage our data is there is no standard frame for across the international. So that how we frame that inclusively consider the data protection. And the second one is, I think protecting the data, it's should have to consider how to the data protections. The technology is a borderless. There should be an international agreement of a law enforcement system. Thank you.
Thank you for the question. I hope that Bridget would take on this. Could you just please present which organization are you from?
Organization. Ethiopia.
Yep, thank you. And pretty much you're saying exactly what we have been saying on this panel, that there is no one standard framework that works for everyone. So how do we ensure that there's adequate data protection across the region, across the world? It depends on the context. Take, as I said, and I outlined earlier, take the person who is most at risk and take care of that person, and then you have adequate data protection. Take the risks into consideration depending on the context. There can never be just one framework that is going to work for everyone. So as long as we are building frameworks for ourselves and making sure that we're taking the things that we need to take into consideration, which is who is most at risk, we will have frameworks that work for us.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Yes, please, Johannes. Sorry, just to quickly add to that, maybe to illustrate it in just 2 sentences. With the EU data policy framework, it is not a blueprint. It's not like a model law. It's like it's basically recommendations. It's principles that you can interpret then on the regional, on the national level, depending on what actually the context is and what regulation you would want to go in. So it's not the same size that fits everyone, but it's kind of an orientation, and under that umbrella everyone can kind of go their way.
Thanks a lot, Bridget and Johannes, for tackling this question. I don't see no more questions. And well, here, okay, the last very short question, because we have to move to the closing session,
The
right?
last question goes to Evangelist Johannes. My name is Mandefro from Ministry of Innovation Technology, Senior Legal Advisor in the Digital Transformation Program. You mentioned about African values which should be incorporated in the African Personal Data Protection laws, which are not incorporated in the GDPR. Could you please, from your overview, from your viewpoint, could you give us some of these values which should be incorporated in African PDPs? Thank you.
Difficult question for a white man to answer, to be honest. But what I mentioned earlier, I think in Europe or in GDPR, you kind of have a law interpretation represented that is very much focusing on the individual as like the individual, as it's the owner of data, like the data that I create is also the data that I own, so I have this right to basically have this data protected by all means. I think in some African societies at least, the individual maybe is not always as important as the community. So sometimes the communal aspect is more important, or has, like, let's say, a higher priority. And we have seen that in some, there was more experimental data governance, that you have, for example, prioritized the right of the community to data. So obviously it depends on how sensitive the data is and what it, what it is used for. Like if it's health data, for example, like it's still extremely private, I would say, and there the community is not, above the individual, but it depends, and I think you have to interpret it like depending on the context you actually want to develop the governance in. So I don't have like an answer, and like Africa has not all the same values all in every country, so it's very diverse, and maybe someone more equipped to answer would like to come in. I don't know. Otherwise, that would be my answer.
Since we're really running out of time, thank you very much, both colleagues, for the question, for the answer. We see that Vice Minister wants to either comment on this question or maybe say something unrelated to this question, but maybe to previous questions. So, Vice Minister, are you here with us?
Yes, I am. Thank you very much. I just wanted to make a comment actually to the previous question. I think crucial is, as we discussed during the session, crucial is the enforcement. And I think we will need some new approach to this. We will need an institutional innovation, how we actually monitor the enforcement. So we will need, I think, an international platform which would help to monitor how especially the privacy rules are enforced in different countries. Because this is the prerequisite for making the adequacy reality. Thank you.
Thank you very much for very good takeaway. I know that we need to wrap up the session because we're really running out of time. Thank you very much for all the speakers and all those who attended this. Most likely the last session for you today, and I know that there is also a closing session this evening. So thank you for all your insights, and should you want to learn more about this session, about the background of the session, you can always find information on the IGF website. Just look for Open Forum number 38, Data as New Gold, How to Avoid the Gold Rush and Create Value for All. So you will find the questions, you will find some answers and some background on this topic, and a few key takeaways that most likely we would take today is that the enforcement should be adequate to legislation, and that enforcement is crucial, but we need to assure that no one is left behind, and that we really tackle all the problems, including that we ensure human-centric approach, firstly and foremost. So thank you very much. Have a nice evening, and see you next year. Thank you. Bye.